Welcome in, everybody. It is me. Once again, 'tis I, your beautiful host, Bowenthius, greeting you once again on yet another Bow Wednesday. We are here a week later after the events of yesterweek to have a lovely rigmarole once again relating to the natures and virtues of life.
Hello there.
Hello. Hello, YouTubia No Skull, and congratulations on getting first once again for the 42nd time. Twitch, I forgot the platform I was on, Twitch. And also thank you for the hydration. Due to the beautiful weather anomalies hitting the European continent recently, water has been in high demand and also has been thoroughly tempered with ice as well. The spinning, the beauties. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for using the beautiful daily commands. Thank you for getting that daily lay and mare and frog and lay. the glorious duo of mermaid and frog. Thank you for stopping by, and hello, odd bloke. I hope this Bow Wednesday is treating you well. In the name of Oscar, I drink. But yes, daily bones are delightful, aren't they? We got frontal bones, we got sphenoids, glorious sphenoids. Oh yes, there's a lot of beautiful things that go about in the skull, and the sphenoid is one of them. If you take apart a human skull, it looks very complicated. Very much outside of our regular depictions of the things. And also welcome in Killshot, thank you very much for the, well, continued support and sponsorships on this stream, but also your greetings on this joyful and ostentatious Bow Wednesday. Welcome in, everybody, welcome in. And the fibula, yes. Don't fib, otherwise I'll revoke your fibula. So many lovely little structures. I was very not well versed in bones, but then RimWorld taught me all about them, and where they are, and how easily damaged they could be. Wonderful game that. I haven't played it in a while, but it's one of those extremely unique games where I don't touch it for months and months, and then I go on a bender for an entire month because I cannot contain myself. But that is for the future and for then. For now, we are here. I'm doing well, Oddblock. Thank you for asking. It has been a very... I want to say busy because it has been busy, but it has been wonderfully filled with tons and tons of exercise in the form of pushing oneself to the limits and doubling their exercise routine, and in addition to doing that, going camping for the weekend and hurling boulders around down a slope so that we could build a campfire using said boulders. It was a lovely experience, and I couldn't feel my legs for a while, but now we are back. Ruggy is lucky that Bowen isn't running a French restaurant. Even if I was, I would respect everybody's desire to not have their legs chopped off and served in a auspicious manner. What are we doing today? We're doing the life and suffering of Sir Bowen Brante. But before we get on to that, I like to, in order to have more categories appear on my Twitch channel, because I feel like it is bereft of those, because for the past how many months has it been since I came back? 2. For the past 2 months I've been doing nothing but playing the life and suffering of Sir Brante, and it has been a brilliant game, don't get me wrong. It has allowed me many beautiful opportunities for conversation, philosophical, spiritual, and otherwise, and a lot of introspection and growth, and it has so many beautiful things that allow us to peer into the human condition and invoke a greater version of ourselves than before. So it is a lovely, lovely game, and by the time I'm finished with my current run, which might be sooner rather than later because we're going into the 4th and final chapter, presumably, of our story, I might just play it again. But in my next playthrough, I'm planning on doing the Sophia bum run. That'll be fun. I know what we're gonna... I know what we're gonna do today! What are we doing today, Mr. Bowen? Stop for a while and listen. We will find out. Stay a while. That's the phrase. Stay a while and listen. We will find out. But yes, I discovered yet more music, and I decided to shift the playlist. It's so fun to be able to just add in and out songs as I fancy and as I see fit. I found a lovely Madness Combat playlist collab, and I just added 3 songs from there. It was delightful. It was beautiful. And we have been the life and suffering ginging for a while. So it is just the lay. The lay component is here with us today, so it's Mare and Lay. Mare is Lay. I hope the boot buying venture is a fruitful one. But yes, last week was delightful, and I got to experience the beautiful rigors of the sun for an extended period of time. It was delightful. It bleached these bones in a lovely hue. I'm still constantly looking at armor designs and things and trying to figure out how to possibly make a design on the shoulder pads that allows me to have upwards mobility and extend my hands thusly without clipping into the armor. But I have yet to discover a solution, and I will keep being myself for the time being, because I am very much in love with this design of mine, and the only reason why I wouldn't love it is because of the limitations of humanity itself, and the fact that giant shoulder pads don't really fit in with the societal norms. I am very much reminiscing and reminded of the words of Grand Piccolo, the green one, the glorious one who has giant weighted armor with very, very wide shoulder pads that make him and force him to go at doors at a 45-degree angle. It's a delightful thing. He's got boots. Froggy is going mountain hiking with Frog Dad. Oh, that sounds like a delightful time. Hiking and being amongst nature is a really great time, and I'm glad that you're that he's taking the opportunity to get the correct gear for it. You can never underestimate the quality and the necessity of a fine pair of shoes. Very good, very good. I approve wholeheartedly. I have had many thoughts as of late, but none of which are coming to mind presently. I have been spending this week tantalizing over them boots were made for walking, and I'll be walking all over that mountain. I bet it's going to be a delight. Say Frog is in the process of rebooting himself. Does it count as a reboot if you take your shoes off and then on again? Does it count as you rebooting yourself? Probably. I actually would very much like new boots myself, because I am very much a large shoe type of gentleman, as you are probably going to discern from the fact that I myself have very large boots. And I very much would like to own more of these pairs and styles of shoe wear, but I have yet to go to the requisite store and grab the opportunity to do so. So I am vicariously living through Froggy's quest to go grab some beautiful shoes. And he just got home. Delightful. Right. Where was I? Who was I? What was I? Oh yes, many thoughts. Many thoughts on efficacy and so on and so forth, but I am, for lack of a better term, ashamed to share about these things. Squeak Squeak goes the Dominator 3? Yes, Kingfish. That is indeed a collection of words. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by and remembering the beautiful annals of Bowenthius the Bone Wizard as they are presented to you here. Available every Wednesday from 1, depending on your time zones. 1 is a measure of something. I very much am the one. The one true Bowenthius. there are none like me because I checked in Twitch Tracker if there's other usernames similar to mine, and there are not. Therefore, I am the one for the time being, unless somebody decides to make Bowenthius 2. I am still extremely happy and extremely giddy over the fact that a year has passed and I am as chuffed about who I am and what I look like as I was when I first donned this visage of mine. It has gone under many it has gone over many tweaks and changes, but overall the core principle has remained, and so have I. It has been a journey that I very much appreciate. I actually had this exact thought because I was reading a lovely book about relationships, let's call it. And it talked about how it is very important to practice self-love and to be able to, before engaging in the love and practice of others by sharing parts of your life, your intimacy and what have you with another person, one must first learn to love themselves. And it talked about expressing forms of self-love. And I thought about the fact that, how do I practice self-love and express my admiration and reverie towards oneself? And I realized, as I was writing this book 10 minutes ago, there's no other Bowenthius, but is there even a single Swichenowob? I mean that potentially there was, but I fused into him, and now we are as one. There was the negative Bowenthius once upon a time, but he has since been absorbed into my greater consciousness through conflict and struggle, and so I emerge. So yes, but past tense, to answer your question, and taking it as seriously as one can in this beautiful line of work of being the figurehead for this channel and the designated Twitch funny man. I am hilarious, you see. I am the comedic genius that will sprawl beyond the confines of this timeline. But yes, back to my point. I realized, as I was reading this book not something about 20 minutes ago, is that one of my many forms of practicing self-love and paying attention to myself and... I keep getting stuck in trying to figure out the exact words to be able to use to properly describe what I'm thinking of, but ways to show... like I said before, ways to express my appreciation and love for my own self is to treat myself. There we go, we figured it out. Is to treat myself. And one of the ways I treat myself is with this very stream. It is... welcome in, the Balkan of the Deer. I am perfectly well this fine day. I'm excellent. I am delighted to both see that you have arrived once again and also to continue on to talk about what I was talking about, which is exactly how I feel, which is full of love, because my streams are an expression of self-love, because I love doing this, and it is time that I have designated for myself every Wednesday, every beautiful Wednesday, where I can just sit and talk to you guys and be the beautiful figurehead that I am, and just indulge in myself. They say that a beautiful exercise that you can use to be able to both sort out your thoughts and realize what you are actually thinking. What the fuck is going on with my router? I don't know, you tell me. I know what's going on with my router. It currently has a desk fan pointed at it because it is warm, and I want it to keep cool so it doesn't explode and kill my everything. Ever since I gained a new router, I've been streaming to you at 10,000 kilobytes per second, which is a big number because previously, with the old router, before I started streaming this year, I was streaming at about 4,000 or 6,000 kilobytes per second, so the upgrade is massive. I don't know if you feel it, but I can assure you that if there are internet troubles, they are currently not residing with me anymore, and that's another point of happiness for me. Just finished college for today, I'm good. Got a good grade for your presentation, congratulations, well done. I hope that it was a battle well fought, clearly from the results, but... There's a lovely thing about college assignments and all those things where we put so much stock into whether or not we'll succeed due to the fact that we are literally being judged and graded on those things, and that gives us a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress on the matter. But once all that anxiety and stress is past, in the form of actually turning in the assignment or doing the test and finishing and getting the grade, you can feel all of that anxiety wash over you and leave your system, allowing you to be freed up for more positive and beautiful emotions. Or in the very least, that is the experience that I had during my time in education. But the thing about school is that once it's over, the education continues because we are constantly learning and adapting and evolving and becoming more today than what we were yesterday. Or at the very least, I wish that upon everybody. Change is good. Embrace it. You never want to stagnate. It is a horrifying sight to see stagnation. In this humble Osteomancer's opinion, of course. But anyway, streams. Form of self-love, because I get to just splurge my thoughts out in a non-coherent manner, just throw them out there, just don't even, well, not necessarily don't think about it, but just talk about whatever it is that is on my mind, and just get it out there, and just wax philosophic, and just have a space where I can both discuss with people, and also have it so that I can just express myself. And that is a form of self-love, I think. It is at the very least the way I interpret it. I mean, everything here has been built to my design, my love, and my specification, my face. The background, to a lesser extent, I will be working on that eventually. It's one of the things that I need to get onto. And just the way I present myself. It's all an expression of self-love. And I wouldn't have it any other way. That's why I never wanted to quit streaming, even though I found out that it was going to be hell for me to take it on as an actual career, a full-time gig where you have to be there for 5 to 6 hours every single day to try to constantly be entertaining and just put the pressure on yourself. And the minute you go for a vacation or are gone, so are the viewers and the people who are following you. It is not a thing that was fun for me, but I loved streaming as a concept, and here we are. We still remain. What are you guys on about? Something fishy. The kingfish with his router problems is probably breaking because it's underwater, and most routers aren't waterproof. Kingfish, have you thought about that? I'll surely keep learning when I finish in 2 years. I'll be qualified as a kindergarten employee. Quite a respectable occupation you've picked for yourself. That is extremely respectable. Well, I can think of no... Well, there's many virtuous activities, but one of them very much so is taking care of the next generation and the young'uns. That is very commendable and endearing. Good on you! Self-preservation is the key, indeed. I'm still lagging, it's stuck on one frame. Well, every frame of me is beautiful, so... That's the unintentional effect that I kind of have with this model, is that it is built to such an extent where it looks great on a still image, and the fact that it is a full-fledged VTuber representation and has full capacity to move is just the beautiful icing on the rich tapestry of the Bowenthius cake. I just heard a single word and I'm back to one. That is unfortunate. Well, we do have VODs for that, so... but yes, that is enough self-congratulatory-isms. I don't need to directly point out that this whole streaming venture of mine is a form of self-love and self-care, because it is, regardless of whether or not I acknowledge or point it out. Hello, Kingfish. Welcome in. I hope the one frame was delightful for you. But yes, and I was very happy about that, because I shall treat myself to pancakes for doing good today. Excellent! Treat yourself, reward yourself. You did a fine job. You have done the assignment. You got the good grade, so celebrate. Every victory is your own, and so is every celebration. And every failure is a step towards those victories and those celebrations, so... It's a good time all around. What was I talking about? Oh, yes. I struggle myself with the notion of self-love and self-acceptance and so on and so forth because, like, I have had a very long history of... I don't want to say self-hatred, but that is what it is, for lack of a better term. Just self-indifference, self-apathy, like indifference, or at least it is slowly grown into that, as opposed to what it was before, which was self-hatred, for a myriad of reasons, which I won't go into. Fact of the matter is that that was, in the past, the way it was. And now, I am moving towards a better future, where I can see the worth and the value in things that I do and the things that I provide, and can learn to accept them and love them and appreciate them for what they are, because even with all of my horrifying mistakes, in-game or outside of game, I am still the totality of my everything, both the good and the bad, and that means that all those things need be accepted in equal measure. Maybe not necessarily justified, but accepted and understood all the same. And we should learn to live with the bad and let go of the negative feelings attached to it, move on from it, and embrace the good, and live for the beautiful positive emotions that facilitate and exist in our world and permeate in abundance throughout every single possible nook, cranny, and crevice that is available to us. Each generation is beautiful in their own ways. Skippity 6-7 Sigma NPC grind set level 10 aura. Oh, you are absolutely phrase maxing right there, my guy. I pity all who drive black cars during these horrid heats. It is quite a heat-wavy time of the year, isn't it? Every time somebody types, I lag. Well, like I said, VOD's available, and so on and so forth, so it is what it is, Kingfish. Ultimately, I do hope that you will solve your issues. But anyway, black is such... Talk about lags maxing. There is that Skibbity Ohio Riz that is being talked about so much. Absolute, I don't even know what all the phrases are. Just... What is the opposite of X-maxing? It isn't even... minimal, like, there isn't an opposite to maxing in the vocabulary of the latest generation as of yet, or at least I don't think there is. There is only loser maxing and just X maxing. Like, it could be, I guess the reason why there is no negative is because the maxing could be used as both a positive and a negative, like cope maxing or gym maxing and yada yada, so one could very well lag farm as well. It is amazing how just from generation to generation, it doesn't even take that long, and language itself evolves into something that is incomprehensible to the earlier and older generations. And the reason why it's incomprehensible is because they choose for it not to be. What is this new speak that the kids are using nowadays? I don't get this. This isn't Friday by Rebecca Black. This isn't... What the hell was it called? This isn't Oppa Gangnam Style. I don't understand this. What is it? and they choose not to understand, and not because they're incapable of understanding it, but because they feel like they need to resist against it and embrace the cultural zeitgeist of their own upbringing and generation. Am I bone farming? You are absolutely skelemaxing, my friend. You are osteomaxing to the Ohio core dub. I have an interesting fact for my presentation today. Did you know that most of the ADHD cases are actually children who were emotionally abused? Maximum calcium. Hello. Hello, Jay. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. That is... The minute I read that fact, just something clicked here. Something very much clicked here. And we are fine, we are great, and we are here to celebrate yet another Wednesday, and we are soon going to get into the game proper. But first, we're having a lovely, cordial little discussion. Yes, most cases of ADHD actually abuse children. That emotionally abuse children. That makes a lot of sense, I think. It is the Wednesday, the beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. I hope it is treating you all well as it can in this heat-maxing world that we live in, where it is a not-so-lovely day in May, and we are having a May Day on the day in May. 'Tis the Bowenthius. That is also a day in May. And I am slowly turning the desk fan away from the router and onto my very self. The fun part about being composed of bones is that they take to wind quite well, and they are quite happily and... what's the word I'm looking... I keep missing words for some reason. Bowenthius. Yes, the Bowenthius. We actually had that exact discussion, that there is an evil twin that is just my name spelled backwards that is very difficult to read, kind of like Mr. Mixapitalik. Her child could learn to heal while an actual ADHD person lives with these behaviors and can only minimize them. Oh, so what you're telling me is, and do feel free to correct me if I'm interpreting you correctly, but what I'm hearing you saying is that emotionally abused children were then, have developmental issues due to their emotional abuse and not being able to figure things out, and then going to the doctor by said parents, and the doctors diagnosing them as ADHD wrongfully, because you mentioned... actual ADHD cases, not proper, full, genuine ADHD diagnoses. So, ADHD gets misdiagnosed because these are not children with ADHD, these are children that were just emotionally abused for in one way or another, which is a rather fascinating thing to come to the conclusion of. Which, yeah, makes a lot of sense when young humans are developing and have no idea how to control their emotions themselves and so on and so forth. They can't distinguish right from wrong. They don't know how to feel about what they are experiencing, and emotions are difficult throughout our entire lives, but even more so when we're just starting out in the world and are just learning how to walk. It makes perfect sense, at least to me, that what you are telling me is the case. You talking about my evil posh twin reminded me of the fact that I ought to model a top hat for myself at some point or another. The posh accent does not come to me naturally, and sometimes I struggle to bring it forth, but I do feel like I do have that sort of tendency every now and then. I mean, I do utilize it in the voices that I do for my beautiful... readings and goings-on and visual novel storytelling and so on and so forth. Her child can learn to heal while an actual ADHD person lives with these behaviors and can only minimize them. Yep. Fascinating. They're only called ADHD when it's been going on for so long that it's difficult to understand and find the source anymore, which is why with genuine and open conversation, the source can be found again. I do not wish to discount and dismiss the hurt and the struggles of people, but simultaneously I have read a vast and wide variety of self-help books this year, one of which purported the notion that with enough genuine belief and enough letting go of negative connotations. For example, you have a bunch of ulcers somewhere in your body, internally, that are completely subject to your own body's configurations, like you have an infection or... Well, actually, infections are a different thing. Infections are alien biological organisms that have infected outside bacteria that is infected, and that's a different thing. But my point is that things that are entirely caused by the body like neck cramps and pain and to a lesser extent ADHD and so on and so forth, are things that the book purports, and I feel like with enough willpower you can do anything, pertains that if you focus on it and try to live with it and let go of the negative stigma and accept it, you will be able to find the strength, or at the very least your conscious mind will tell your subconscious brain and your subconscious body to get into action and to fix. Right, hold on. There was that one time I dueled someone calling themselves Goen, which I assume was short with Bowenthius. Talk about being a poser. Oh. There is actually another Theus in this line of work, namely a father who went by the name of Bowenthius, and as such I am Bowenthius, son of Bowenthius, so there is that. There is also that. There are many Bowenthiuses out there, you just have to find them and collect them like Pokemon. Blasphementius, maybe. But yes, I would like to believe that with enough introspection and belief and love, one can cure many, if not all, ills of the mind. You just have to believe. And I know that sounds crazy, and I know that sounds like insane. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, this is matters of the mind. But they're all ultimately something that we're not directly experiencing. Well, they're not something we're directly experiencing because we are observing that experience. I don't know if what I'm trying to put out is coming across, but the point is that we are not our bodies, we are not our feelings, we are not our mind, we are the observer of all of those things, and as such, we can observe a body that does not feel anxiety at the prospect of giving a presentation, for example, and we can observe a body that does not feel fear that their horrifying, dilapidating disease is going to be the end of them, and even if it is, that is a problem and that it is something that we need to fear and stress over and so on and so forth. For example, this is a fun thing, spoilers for Breaking Bad if you haven't watched it, is that the main character of that show got cancer. And because he got cancer, and our society is programmed to believe that cancer is a death sentence, and treatments are available, but it is something that will murder us, and so on and so forth, because it is a very difficult disease to tackle and deal with, and so our society programs us with the belief that cancer is a death sentence. So when this beautiful character got cancer, he basically decided that his days are numbered, and as such, he needs to provide for his family before he passes on, so he started a horrifying drug empire to be able to facilitate enough money to support and nurture for his family. Anyway, yada yada yada, Jesse, we have to cook. His cancer went into remission. And vanished. And my theory about that, of course it is a work of fiction, but I believe that the cancer going into remission was basically the notion of, because he was so preoccupied with the freedom, like, cancer gave him the excuse to break free from the shackles of society and do what he thought was necessary. Of course, he did it for himself. And he did it because he was an egomaniac and so on and so forth. But ultimately, he used the cancer as an excuse to break free from the societal bonds and became a drug emperor. And with that freedom, he wasn't thinking about cancer. He wasn't thinking about, oh, I'm gonna die. He was on point, and he was doing what he thought was right, which was to raise money for his family. And he did not care, oh, I need to get through the treatments, oh, I need to do this and that. No, he was thinking about how to get that bread. And with his occupation on his task and how to do his task, he completely ignored the cancer. He just basically acknowledged it, went to appointments, did the treatments and so on and so forth, but it wasn't an active thing that he was thinking about. And so, due to the fact that it wasn't a conscious thought, the subconscious was free from prejudice and free from negative emotions, which would program the subconscious into not letting the cancer kill you. Because if you, deep down, if you believe that the cancer will kill you, it will. But if deep down you are both neutral or accepting of the prospect that the cancer will kill you, and thusly do not give it any fear or negative emotion, the cancer went into remission. Because he basically ignored it, for lack of a better term. It wasn't on his mind, he was busy doing his thing and living his free life. And the cancer went back into remission. And I believe that is a power that each and every single one of us as human beings possesses. For cancer, for ulcers, for most things, like I'm not claiming that you can regenerate a lost limb, because that is a bit vast, and our immune system and healing properties aren't at the Wolverine or Deadpool tier, but more abstract things that are doable and small, I think, would very much be something that is within our control, because the human body is capable of a great many miracles under the right circumstances. Where adrenaline is involved, we can move boulders that are hundreds of times, or at the very least stop boulders that are tens of times our height and weight and size and yada yada, like ants, if we have enough strength to ignore our pains and ills and enough adrenaline to soldier on through for the sake of surviving, and so on and so forth. Walter only truly began to live after he found out he had cancer. Exactly! And with that life came a renewed vigor and energy in his body. People try to dismiss the notions of things being outside of their control with regards to the body, but they very much are within their control. Or at least I'd like to believe so, because that belief allows me to live my own life to the fullest and as full as I can make it. So, it is something that I am, of course, talking a great deal about, but it is not something that I've been able to concretely and effectively put in. Well, I say that, but simultaneously I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this thing that I had, this blemish, this problem, and I just thought about it. I thought about the notion of, oh yeah, this is something that might happen to me, but I'm okay with it. Like, either way, life continues on. It's not the end of the world if you have a pimple, which is something that we used to be petrified of when we were teenagers and so on and so forth. Because, oh no, I have a pimple, what will my fellow classmates and colleagues think of me? Oh no, I am ugly, I am hideous, and all of that is self-imposed, all of that is inner. Because ultimately other people care more for themselves than for you and for the way they will be interpreted in your eyes and so on and so forth. So it is very important to strike the balance and not doing something out of fear. For example, taking care of the pimple, not out of fear that others will judge you or perceive you as less attractive, admirable, and so on and so forth, but do it out of love, because you love your body and you want it to be as beautiful as it can be, because you know its potential, you know what it is capable of, which is why I've managed to recently in my life restructure my own exercising. I don't need to do it. I'm literally made out of bones. I literally don't have muscles to exercise, and so on and so forth, but I still do it, and I still practice it because I mentally feel better. I don't have any of the things that necessitate all the chemical reactions in your body that allow you to feel good after exercise, but it's all in the mind for me, and I do it because the end result is that I feel good about myself, and I feel like I am improving and adding on, and whenever I feel like I've done a tangible enough amount of work, I feel like I've earned sticking an extra piece of paper in my shoulders and in my biceps to make it look like I have even bigger muscles. I've earned that piece of bubble wrap to stick in my chassis in order to appear larger. Ah. And it is very important to recontextualize things and get down to the nitty-gritty of what does it mean to do the things that you do? Why do you do them? Do you do them out of love? Do you do them out of obligation? Do you do them because you are afraid of the consequences of not doing them? it is very important to reach that dialogue with your own self and discover the purpose for your being and the reason why you do the things that you do. And if you don't do them out of love and you don't do them out of a desire to see a grander tomorrow, then it is important to reconsider and recontextualize and reboot, if you will. There is. Sometimes. I want to go through a full BRB for this. This is frustrating. Nah. I will live. Bowen's son will be called Bowenthius. Boy! Bowenthius. That is adorable. That opens up the beautiful topic of child names. Like, even regardless of where your philosophies lie with whether or not you, well, not necessarily philosophies, but desires with whether or not you would like children in the future, you'd like to start a family or not, that is perfectly valid either way. It is a personal subjective preference. No right answer exists in that world. You can be perfectly content living your own life by yourself, by your own devices, or you could be perfectly content with a partner or several, or you could be in a tribe raising children. All paths of life are fair and valid and justified so long as you do it without the conscious or unconscious intent to hurt yourself and others. As long as you do it out of love and so on, that's perfectly fine. But my point is, it is a fun exercise to think up of children's names for if in that hypothetical future you ever have any. And I never considered Bowenthius in my time, I will be honest with you. Mine sort of peered more so towards using IUS at the end, like Decimus, Darius, not necessarily Maximus, because that feels like it is a bit too on the nose, but like EUS kind of names, like Marius, and so on and so forth. Because I think those are hella cool names. But I need to workshop that more to see whether or not those are names that could potentially result in bully opportunities, which are no fun and no good. But I don't think they do. At the very least, I think Marius is very solid. Like, sort of like Mario, but a lot more regal and cool. But for the life of me, I cannot think of any feminine names. I think I had one or two stuck in the back of my head many, many, many moons ago, but I have since forgotten it. And it is a beautiful opportunity for the creative juices to get flowing, even if it is a hypothetical scenario that you will probably never, well, not never, but it's not something that you 100% necessarily need to take advantage of, but it is fun to have. It's good to need it, and it's good to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, is how I interpret coming up with baby names. If it helps, I always try to find baby names that don't really rhyme with anything. I mean, oh yeah, the reason I actually love the name Darius, but I have since learned that that is the name of a League of Legends character, and I do not want the association of having to explain that no, I did not name my child after a League of Legends character. I never played League of Legends. I would love to explain that I named my child after a Dota 2 character, because that's a thing that I played, and it formed a very large part of my life and upbringing, or at the very least it allowed me an escape from myself for an extended period of time, long enough for me to become comfortable enough for me to actually invest in introspection and grow as a person. But the point is, I don't necessarily fancy League of Legends. I used to hold a lot of hatred for them, not because they were the superior product or more popular, but because of the heinous, like, just the heinous acts of the people that originally founded that company when they founded it, during the era of Dota All-Stars. There's a history there that has a lot of backstabbery and foul play, which I just do not respect and do not appreciate, and I felt that it was justified for me, personally, to hold a lot of hatred for them because of their unjustifiable and immoral deeds. But I have since learned that it is important to let go of the hatred even if it is justified, because it is a poison that is poisoning nobody but yourself. Just because you wish ill on others doesn't mean that that will happen, and all it is doing is converting itself into negative feelings that bring you down instead. So it is important to let go of the hatred even if it is in your eyes justified, like people issuing some of the worst states the world has been in recent history and so on and so forth. With that being said, I'm not trying to imply that Bowen needs to start a family at some point. If he desires to live as a hermit, so be it. Or anything between a family man and a hermit is fine. That is exactly my point as well. It is very much a subjective choice that you can make for yourself. Starting a family is a very noble and delightful endeavor, but it is also not 100% mandatory. Some facets of our society would make you believe that it is 100% mandatory. They attach your value as a human being to what your career is, what your occupation is, and whether or not you are successful in marital affairs, and whether or not you have family and children and so on and so forth. And those are things that society tells you, and they tell it to you for good reason. I mean, continuing on the bloodline, being successful and so on, they are virtues and they do have value, but they are not something that you need to do. Like, they are not the only path, and they are not something that you need to grind yourself to dust over. It is great if those things happen, but it is not something that you need to tear yourself apart in the desperate pursuit of getting, because if you do not, then you do not have value as a person. That is a 100% false equivalence that society just assigns to us, which is a programming I myself have had to unlearn in recent times, because I've had to deal with a lot of circumstances concerning both of those topics. Dad, why did Mom name my sister Rose? Because your mother loves roses. I love you, Dad. I love you too, Exodia. Is this a future conversation you'll be having with your own children, Oskull? But yeah, it is a fun exercise. God damn. Huh. What was I talking about? I forget. Oh yes. I've never thought about the rhyming strategy. I guess letting go of hatred to companies and corporations outside of your control, because that hatred doesn't really amount to anything other than putting you down. That's a thing that I learned, and I will have to do some introspection because I feel like I still... See, that's the thing that I'm conflicted with, is just the memory of a certain event or factoid something that inherently brings you down? Or is it the feeling, I guess... Actually, I'm just realizing this now for myself, is that when you bring up something, the way you feel about that something is the feeling itself, not the fact itself. Like, the notion that, hey, the founders of Riot Games were not all that moral in my eyes when they first came about with the inception of League of Legends originally, decades ago at this point, as they trounced over the Dota All-Stars forums and converted them into an advertisement pit for their own IP. And when you bring that fact up, does it arouse within you anger and negative emotions and so on and so forth? I don't think it does for me personally. I brought that up as just an example. It didn't really feel like it had any negative connotations attached to it. I might... well... Actually, I know exactly why that happens. Anyway. What was I talking about? Oh yes, negative connotation. Just bringing something up, and just observe when you bring that something up, does it have any negative feelings for you? Like when you bring up that time you blundered with the high school crush, does it arouse within you feelings of cringe and guilt and shame and so on and so forth? Then the event itself is not the thing that's poisoning you, it is the subsequent attached feelings you have to that event. If you can think of an event without it causing you despair and anguish, that means that you have managed to fully conquer that event, and you have let go of the negative connotations of it, and you can thusly move on with your life from said event. But if you still feel a tinge of cringe when you come up with it, then there is some introspection and contextualization that needs to be done there. I think, of course, take everything that I say with a grain of salt, but these are the thought patterns of Bowenthius the Bone Wizard, one who has had many a year's time to be able to look into oneself and experience the truest form of who you are and who you want to be, and trying to refine that into something greater. Right. Oh yes, I was going to bring up an example about how I know somebody who has named their daughter Celeste after the video game, because the name itself is actually really, really cool, and it is a really cool name for a girl and a female, and I would tend to agree, but I cannot think of, for the life of me, any examples of names, of feminine names that fit my fancy, so to speak. Nope. Nah. I'm trying to think right now, but the problem with thinking on stream is that it stops the word flow, and the thing that I pride myself on with regards to my streams is the fact that I speak with little to no breaks whatsoever, and I am a absolute stream of consciousness, which I like. I don't necessarily think that moments of quiet are necessarily bad. They are very much something that you could very well do in your own streams, and I have very much observed individuals and other streamers that very much do that, because it is extremely difficult to maintain a certain tempo and speak non-stop for hundreds upon thousands of hours. And simultaneously, it is something that I cherish within my own streams as a point that is lacking. The pauses. I don't like the pauses when they are there. I feel like the best things that I personally subscribe to in terms of entertainment are ones where the stream of consciousness is constant, like a well-oiled essay or a podcast, if you will. So moments of quiet are less than desirable for me, and that is not something that I do out of an anxiety that if there is nothing is being currently said, then that means that the entertainment value is going down. That is a belief that I used to hold, mind you. At the very least in conversations, I would feel that if one of us wasn't talking and there was just a moment of quiet spent between two people, then that means that there is awkwardness and there is just the inability to connect with said person because you, heaven forbid, you allowed a moment of quiet to happen. And that is because of certain memories and upbringings that I've had that basically weaponize silence as a form of punishment. So I would see silence as punishment, and I would do my everything. Bowenthius, what a name. Thank you. How do you do, Bowenthius, my good sir? I do very well, Max706_123. Actually, it's __123, I believe. Thank you very much for stopping by. I am doing very well. I am contemplating past traumas. If you would like to hear that conversation, stay a while and listen. If not, I wish you a lovely rest of your day. But yes, growing up in... Wow, very elegant of you. Thank you. I try to be as courteous as I can. I know that time is one of the most valuable resources that we have on this world, and it is an incredible compliment that you would decide to spend however many moments of your time you have on this stream and on me and in this chat, as I value every single one of my beautiful regulars like Oskal and Killshot and Odd Bloke and so on and so forth. I'm not gonna go about naming them all, but yes, it is a wonderful thing. What is... that is what is, of course. Oh, Lord. Okay, anyway. Time is but a facade, yet the efforts overcome... yet the efforts overcome many. Yes, indeed. But what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, silence was used as a weapon where we were given the silent treatment. That's it, the silent treatment. And that was a very powerful weapon in one of my many upbringings. And I was raised with the notion of believing that any moment of silence, conscious, awkward, or very much needed, was a sign of that weapon being used. Ah, thank you very much for the follow. I very much appreciate it, Max. Welcome into the Scions of Bowenthius. I am your host, Bowenthius. Hello. But yes. Welcome in proper. But yeah, so I had to unlearn that programming and let go of the fears I had associated with silence. But now, as a streamer, I just yap because I like that stream of consciousness to remain uninterrupted, or as uninterrupted as one could make it. There is still the very, very real notion that I am a mortal man. I must go, fare thee, my good fellow, and I give good wishes to your journey. Thank you very much, Max. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. And as I said, as a scion, I hope that this Wednesday treats you well. And if there are difficult tribulations coming in your way, I wish you best of luck in surviving them. Take care. Yeah, I always need to figure out where the camera's pointed. Turning the chin wiggle into a chin jiggle. Yes. Oh, you're talking about the concept of yapping. But yes, I now, in the context of being a streamer, I do my best to not have long bouts of silence, because I do not feel like those provide entertainment value, but I feel like silence is golden in other contexts, such as conversation while you're listening to a partner, for example. Silence is very important because with that silence you are actually listening to your partner and letting them speak and listening to them, which is a very important skill to cultivate. But anyway, my point was that before I used to not let science permeate my world out of fear that silence was a punishment, but now, letting go of that negative connotation and negative programming, I don't let silence permeate out of choice in this specific context as a streamer, because I feel like that wouldn't be particularly entertaining, and I very much understand and respect the fact that a lot of people use these sorts of streams and notions as background noise, just to have somebody talking to them. I very much know that feeling myself, as I use many Let's Players for that very same notion, where you feel like you are listening in without having to, without being pressured into contributing to a dynamic. You feel like you belong and you do not feel alone, and you feel like you are a part of a dynamic. And that is a very valuable thing that some Let's Players actually utilize as an environment and atmosphere in their content. And I recognize that that is something that I also am for some people myself, and that is perfectly valid and perfectly fine. Which is also why I do not let silence permeate itself. But it does happen every now and then, because I am very much an imperfect being, and even though my stream of consciousness is very robust and very much capable of filling most gaps. There will be certain gaps here and there, and that is perfectly okay too. Ah, here is one of the new songs that I discovered and added to my fun little playlist. It is by a well, in my perspective, because I discovered they exist the other day, Reed, full name, I forgot, Reed something. But they do very good Madness Combat music, and I very much enjoy them. They have like 300 subscribers, and their views are comparable to mine. So if you like what you hear, give them a check. But yes, I feel like I've gone through my customary 1 hour of yapping, so it is finally the time and opportunity for us to go into the life and suffering of Sir Bowenthius Brante. Yes, indeedy. Hibbity hoobity ha, bubbity hee. What is it for me? Oh yes, I was minimizing this and then opening my live streaming tab so that I could edit the stream settings and copy paste the title so that I can change the category for Twitch into the life and suffering of Sir Brad. I was actually going to type Sir Bowen Brad. So I can change the title so that it is an accurate one. Stream info updated successfully. I should hope so. Right. Heedly hoo, hoddly he. Where are we? Tee-hee. Right, I need to go into the game. And what better way to do that than by launching the game? An amazing thing, I am certain. Ah! Oh, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, Sonomir and Kirin. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much. That is greatly appreciated. I am Bowenthius the Bone Wizard. I just got done with an hour of talking about philosophy, the meaning of life, introspection, baby names, and so on and so forth. Hello, Sonomir and Kirin. Kiri, I just like saying your name, okay? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. If you need to be off, that is perfectly understandable. Streaming does take a lot out of people. Like, even if it's done entirely with zero pressure and with just the notion of experiencing self-love and so on and so forth, it does still take an amount of time that is exhausting, for lack of a better term, so it is 100% understandable that one would like to go do other things after they raid. I know myself for a fact that once I raid into somebody, that is my due diligence done for streaming for the day, and I go do something else. Exercises most frequently after I raid into somebody, I excuse myself to the little Osteomancer's gym and proceed to puff up my clothes even more. I do gotta go. I ain't slept at all, Mr. Bo. Have a good stream. Thank you very much. I will have a good stream. I hope you've had a good stream as well. What were you doing, actually? Oh, you were yapping. As was I. Excellent. We are in good company then. Same thing goes for the Raiders. If you need to be off for your own reasons and for your own things, feel free to do so. But if you want to stick around, I am just getting to the point of launching the video game that I'm supposed to be playing, which is The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante visual novel, which talks about the story of a world in the 12th century, about religion, about gods being real, and about them giving you extra lives to be able to spend as you see fit within the confines of the game and story, of course. Ha! Mamma mia, here we are. Over on this side. Gasp! Bone magic! But that is a forbidden school! Listen, I've got my license, and I am using my license for my beautiful school where all of my followers and scions are taught the wonders and the beauty and the responsibility of osteomancy. Bone magic and bone wizardry are very much respected and recognized by the bodies of power that be. So, You know what? I was just gonna say the only illegal thing I do, but I'm gonna stop myself there. Well, welcome in, Valcion. That's a fun name. Or is it Valkion? Either way, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Right. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was selecting in the program capture the game that I want to play. It showing up on in the thing right now is a bold-faced lie. Because let's see. Program capture. Open says me. That is a famous quote from Popeye the Sailor Man. Valcion. So it was Valcion. Neat. Welcome in. That is a cool name. More. There it is. Hopefully audio is there. Right. Life and Suffering of Sir Brante. Last we left off, I just finished the chapter. The family is together emotionally, but ruined in terms of nobility and honor titles. But we don't care about that. And instead we care about the power of Christ. The only illegal thing I do is I do that you know of. Indeed. One should not go about proudly espousing all of the horrifying things in which they defy societal norms and expectations, because while some of those are well and good and you will get a lot of approval from certain people, some of those things will get a lot of disapproval and and you will get ostracized by certain people. And then we get to certain things that society doesn't like you doing so much that they are outlawed, and it is against the rules to do so. And as such, one should speak less about their fervent misgivings with the law, and instead focus on the things that make them happy within the confines of said law. It is very important for one to shed societal programming and do things not because they're following the flock, and more so to do them out of choice, but simultaneously it is good to still remain within the confines out of law, the confines of the law, because you have chosen consciously that it is wrong morally to kill, for example. Something that I just realized with what I'm saying is that a lot of the societal rules and laws and governing concepts and so on are ingrained in us because they're really good ideas, to the point where why do you even need to question it? Just accept it, lol. Like monogamous marriage, for example. I feel like it is very much societally built in because sharing a lot of partners and a lot of people has a lot of disease risks and a lot of emotional stress and struggles and so on and so forth, which is not necessarily, not very desirable, not very good. And it is a lot easier. Also, diseases are something that was a lot bigger of a problem 500 years ago than it is nowadays. But the point is that it was done out of the desire to protect and secure future generations and allow for life to continue and to flourish. But in the current era where we number in the billions, 8 or 7 to be more exact, not 100% exact, those are not necessarily outdated beliefs, but they are beliefs that require reconfirmation, retooling, and recontextualizing and updating, more so to the point. So do things because you choose and believe in them, and also don't hurt people or yourself. Anyway. It is the year 1146. The chapter 4 is upon us. We are now on the cusp of the revolt. We are reaching the end of the game. You can't even see it from my funny head, but it says the revolt there, and we are 28 years of age in the game. We have gone through all of these steps. Beaten by Grandpappy, trampled by horses, stabbed by General. What was he even? He was like the captain of the military or something, but he stabbed and killed me because I harbored one of his subordinates because he was trying to escape and live a happy life. Huh? 1146, a fine year. Is this bit getting old? I don't even recognize it as a bit. I think that you are just complimenting the year, which is a sign of love. And if it has to be a bit, the bit is also done out of love. Just because something gets old doesn't mean that it loses its value. Some things and some people just become better with age. Wine, for example, is valued precisely by the age that it is when it is unbottled. The more aged it is, the better. So, again, context is important. Continue. Let us see what happens now that we are in not peace times. Peaceful years are over, the storm on the revolt is brewing, and Anizote, tomorrow will be the day when you will reap the harvest of all your deeds during these 8 years. Oh, the beautiful religious riots that we ensued, and all the people that died because of our negligence. It brings me back to the thing that was talked about in the last stream, where Deltor put forth the notion that in the game, you can say that these things were your choices and you are the reason why these things occurred. And that is perfectly fair and fine. It is within the confines of the game that our choices emulate the circumstances because we are the main character in this game. The world spins around us. It is Park. Howdy, Bowenthius. How do you been? Remember to consume the calcium for unlimited power. Also, wine can't age further, but it doesn't spoil once it is fully fermented. Wait, so what the hell is the point of... I thought well, I guess that is another false fact that I've learned from society and false programming. I guess wrongfully, thought that the idea of wine is that once it is fully fermented and bottled and corked, it becomes better with age, and the older a wine is, the better it is. So, what if that's not the case, then what is the point of valuing the notion of old wine then? Oh, this wine is 20 years old, oh, this wine is 40 years old, therefore it is more valuable. Why? What is the purpose of that then? Also, welcome in, Park. I'm glad to see you hanging about. I hope life is treating you well. The older the vintage, the rare... Oh, so it's an artificial scarcity. So they have a set, for example, they have a set of 10 wine bottles that were corked at this specific year, and they get sold and used and yada yada. And the older it is, that means that it's gone this long without it being used, therefore it... Like an old comic book that has remained in mint condition, it has value to collectors, I guess. Wine has a limit of aging, and once it hits, it no longer ages, it just won't spoil. Also depends on the type of wine. How long is the bowl cut? Has it gotten better with age? No, the bowl cut has definitely not gotten better with age. The bowl cut persists. A woman had sex with this bowl cut, and then was absolutely heartbroken multiple times by the fact that this bowl cut rejected her. I am impressed by how little a haircut actually matters. We put so much value and stigma and stress over our physical appearance, and it just doesn't matter at the end of the day. And it is ultimately how you present yourself and who you are as a person that matters most. Sure, these things are lovely side grades, like if you're cool and pretty and muscular and whatnot, but they are not determining factors. They just are nice little bonuses. So the bowl cut persists, and yet it does not matter as much. What matters was the beauty that was Bowen Brante, the person. Meant the biology of the wine, not the price or value. I was talking... No, see, my problem was that I associated the biology of the wine with the value and the price. I thought that wine as a concept became better with age, but now that programming has been shattered live on stream. Again, another misconception. I thought that wine, like, the age of the wine influenced its taste. And that is technically true, but not to like, I don't know, like 1 or 2 years or something like that. Not to the extent where, for example, 40-year-old wine is somehow better or worse than 20-year-old wine. It is not. They've reached their limits. They have done. They've just been in storage, in not in isolation as well, but in not cryogenic storage, but in... What's the word I'm looking for? In stasis. In stasis. That's the word. In stasis. But maybe there are types of wine that get better with age. I do not know. I am not... I do like wine. I think wine and cider are the most pleasurable of alcoholic beverages, for myself subjectively and personally. I do not like the other things. Why be pretty when you can be intimidating, said the Death Knight of the Ordeus of Spania. Spana. Just take away the A and the S. At what age does wine have a midlife crisis? 10, I would wager. Alright, where were we? I am a dangerous, scheming, manipulating con artist who is a prophet and a orator. Hopefully I can use all of these incredible skills to enact the change in the world that I would like to see. Like a fine wine. See, again, more societal programming. At the end of the stream, I will actually read up for my own, like, betterment. I will read up on wine and what it means for wine to age and different types of wine and so on, so I can actually have beliefs that are based on facts and understanding rather than beliefs that are based on societal programming and hearsay that I just non-critically accepted without questioning it at all. That is a very important skill that one needs to learn. I was taught that questioning things is bad. And actually, questioning things is a hallmark of curiosity, which is one of the most important building blocks of evolution in a human being. So question everything. Question and come to the answers and come to your own conclusions. Anyway, peace is at the end. We are here, where we have gathered the torch of the new faith. We have recovered Mother from her illness. We have made Gloria a Brante. We are branded by dishonor, and we are a family at peace. Look at all these beautiful things that I have done. Delightful. A con artist? A comic con artist? I would love to go to a convention someday, or a Renaissance fair. I feel like I would fit quite nicely in a Renaissance fair. People would be like, wow, so what 15th century medieval guy are you cosplaying as? And like, well, you see, I go to a museum about magic, and I need to keep that in line. So I feel like I'm just dressing for my occupation, and I'm just here to watch actual people cosplay. Other liquors are the same, but what adds them flavor and value is they are fermented in fruit or a certain specific wood. Yes, I am familiar with wooden casks and barrels of such things. Very fascinating. I mean, alcohol, I believe, is one of the oldest in human inventions. Beer specifically, so it is a very, very, very diverse and very deep and deep and complicated topic, alcohol as a general thing, because it is something that was done to grease the wheels of social interaction, and we as social beings very much need that. So it was basically a lubricant for human nature, if you think about it. But unfortunately, people with the wrong intentions and the wrong ideals have turned to alcohol as a vice and as a way to escape from their problems, and so on and so forth. So, it is again very important to strike a balance, and we have unfortunately done very poorly in the aspect of not taking vices such as gambling, alcoholism, drugism, I just invented that, as just things that we go overboard with. Fun fact: Spain was so hardcore in their religious crusade, they went around with true honor and fought to the bitter end and only surrendered if the Pope told them to surrender. That is respectable. Maybe not particularly for the right reasons, but you could respect the how. You can certainly respect the how. Maybe not the why, but you can certainly respect the how. I saw a con artist swindling people, and then I was swindled out of you finishing that sentence. Oh, Alcohol is God's apology for consciousness. That's the fun part. God didn't invent alcohol, we did. Therefore, we are God. Suck on these nuts. Suck on thee. Oh, are you familiar with Sukon? Who's Sukon? Suck on these nuts. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Anyway. Right, let's see what happens in this video game after I love how even when I open the video game, like, okay, now I need to play the video game, I still have a 22-minute grease interval while I continue yapping, because I just love interacting with you guys and yapping. Fran said, "Le fuck you!" to everything and tried to loot or conquer everything yet. Everything, yet we only blame the British. I mean, France, Britain, and Spain, if I recall correctly, are the big three of old-timey planetary and continental conquerors. Basically, spilled their load all over the rest of the world, and now we have to pick up the pieces. I mean, Britain, as a consequence of their crusades, has led to the creation of the US and Australia and all those other populated areas. And then France and all of its territories and so on. History! History is muddy and messy. I'm gonna play video games instead. I don't have the capacity for history.
Which would decide my fate.
Anyway.
As well as that of my family, and perhaps the entire empire.
Hell yeah.
The day of the revolt.
Hey, look, it's me. I use these for my thumbnails. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is insanity. Cassius's death at the hands of an enraged mob has dealt a severe blow to the old faith. Well, can't argue with the results. Don't forget Portugal and the Dutch. I don't actually know the history of the Dutch. All I know is hearsay and memes about how they are aliens. What the fuck is a kilometer? Bald eagle. Here's a fun fact for you, Park. The screaming eagle that is very much associated with the patriotic symbol of America isn't actually the noise that type of eagle makes. I believe the famous soundbite is from a... I forgot the type of the bird, but it's not a bald eagle. I'm not a birdologist. Hold on, I need to remember what bird this was. What is it? I forget. Birds of prey. It's a different kind of bird of prey. Eagle... falcon! I think it's a falcon. It's actually a falcon. Yeah. So the famous screech of a bald eagle is actually that of a falcon. Or at the very least, that's a fact I heard. I don't know if it's actually true, but I think it was, and I choose to believe it is. I think I saw evidence on that. But anyway, hydrating in the name of Art O'Skull! Blessed be by his ever-present demeanor, theft of... Blessed be by his ever-present demeanor, his acquisition of bones, and his love of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cheers! Right. Define people by what they love, not what they hate. Come on, Chad, let us allow Bowen to proceed with the game. What do you think this is, a chatting stream? That's what we had in the first hour. If I remember correctly, George Washington hated the bald eagle and called it a scrap-eater vulture. And wanted the turkey to be the national bird of the US. Of course, that reminds me of the famous Rick and Morty turkey episode. Right. The entire city is incensed. Street brawls and vigilante justice have become commonplace. Fanatics drag priests of old faith out of their hiding places and execute them. Oops. If it isn't the consequences of my own action. Multiple. I led multitudes of actions to come to this result. Your patronage of the new faith has transformed it into a prominent power. And this power stands poised to eradicate not only the old church, but the old order in its entirety. I mean, that's what I wanted, but I didn't want it to be done through stake burning and executions. Yeah. Abbot Lennart tries to stop the bloodshed and take charge of the new believers. I hope so. Countless citizens have joined him since Cassius was murdered. There are many people among them who have tasted blood and freedom from any law, divine or otherwise. Well, now that we've oopsied this place, we need to incite less. See, here's the fun thing. I think the game actually set me up to fail, because otherwise Chapter 4 wouldn't have the great downfall. I don't know what would happen if I actually kept a measured balance. How would the game adapt to this? Would riots were inevitable and riots were going to happen. But how would they have happened if not because of me over religious reasons? In a way, George Washington did get his dream, but the turkey became a symbol of Thanksgiving instead of the national bird. Well, better than nothing for George Washington, the guy who is most famous and propagandized as the founder of an entire continent's worth of countries. I mean, grass is always greener, and if you think you have enough, your built-in human mechanisms tell you that you always need more. So, I suppose. I mean, George Washington certainly led a life. And define people by what they love and not what they hate, you say? But what if there's a love-hate relationship? And then there is conflict that can be resolved with introspection. You can embrace the love and let go of the hate. You can choose peace. Rebellion starts once you fail to feed the people who are the foundation of your throne, said, I guess your character in this game. Sure, Sir Brante. Who the fuck are you? Oh my god, it's Jenny! Holy shit, she has a portrait. She's no longer wearing the thing. Oh my god, she has a portrait now. She has hair. She's a person. Jenny, stop, madman! You doom your very souls! The world will burn in the flames of the twins' wrath! I am very curious about where my relationship with Jenny is going to go. Where's... Oh god, they all got new portraits. Jenny! Well, I say all, not literally just Jenny. She looks so mad! Jenny's belief in the dogma of the old faith grew stronger, and so did her determination to cleanse the world of heresy. Oh no, we're gonna have to burn her at the stake too. A priestess who serves the Inquisition, zealous adversary of witchcraft and heresy, she relentlessly follows the canons of the old faith. Oh well, I can't save everybody's soul. Bowenthius be like, I have never seen this person before in my life. I actually did not, because I was used to seeing her in her cassock. Chinny shows up here once more. Haha! Yes. Chinny indeed. Yanai. Right. The other Inquisitors support Yanai, but forced to defend themselves against the bloodthirsty mob, they soon have no more time for sermons. Hordes of new believers occupy the temple, squares, and streets. They are joined by disaffected citizens, conspirators, and heretics of all stripes. The revolt is coming. Nani? Oh, shit! Sophia is the leader of the Anizote revolt. Oh boy, she's come back! Like I said, I feel like I want to have my second playthrough focus on her, because I feel like I left a whole storyline behind, especially since the story is trying to piece itself back together, and now suddenly the character that was absent for most of my chapter has suddenly now come back and is leading the revolt. I mean, she was in the shadows the whole time, so fair enough. Oh, look at this. What is this? What is this? The general strength of the revolt, forces gathered by the rebels, solidarity among them, support for the rebellion among the townspeople, the outcome of the struggle for Anisoti? What? Okay, will depend on how strong the revolt will be at the moment of the decisive collision. Okay, so I don't know if that's a misspelling of Anizote, or if that is what they want to name the new city after the revolts, in which case the game is again doing the spoilies, but fair enough, there is a lot of things in this game, so I'm glad that they managed to hold it together as well as they have. Anyway, military forces do you have managed to gather under your command? Ah, I have a squad. That's cute. Your influence among the common people of Anisote. Okay, so there is Anisotti and Anisote. The hell is the difference? Interesting. It depends on the support of the commoners, where you are able to prevail in the struggle for the city. Ah. Ginny Jeans has no qualms about the bowl cut. No, she does not. Clergy. Your influence among the priesthood of Anisote depends on the support of the clergy, whether you'll be able to prevail in the struggle for the city. Ah, so I can become the indisputable leader of both the common folk and the clergy. I feel like that would be my... Rebels are losing. Rebels are... Oh, God. Okay. Dropping by to wish you a great stream, Osteomancer. Thank you very much, Refmani. Thank you for stopping by. I know that these are busy times for you, so I appreciate you taking the time to actually say that. So, very much appreciate. I will get back to you as soon as I am done streaming with your inquiry, let's call it. But yes, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Oh. It is so fun to see people for the things that they fill your soul with. It is so freeing to just see people and just immediately think of the things that you love about them. It puts a smile on my bony face. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, yes. So, right. You can't see it from me, but the conditions here are rebels are losing, which is at 0, stalemate, which is where we're at. We're at a 3, and the stalemate is between 1 and 5. Then 6 to 8 is rebels are winning, and then 9 to 10 is bloodbath. So this is another example of not... The winning goal is not to overdo it. So I shouldn't have too many points in the revolt, because it will turn into a bloodbath. We don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, and I don't want to lead another religious riot. We need to win, but we need to do so without causing a bloodbath. And we shall do so. At least I hope. Chapter 5. Is it? Yes. Chapter 5, The Revolt. Chapter V for Vendetta. Hey, look, it's me. My hair. It's horrible. Let's see what happens. Also, I did not listen to the cutscene in any way, shape, or form. I was just like, here's the pictures I've been using for my thumbnails. Ooh, ee, ooh, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. For years now, Anisote has been simmering like a cook pot over a slow flame. Like a crock pot. Cook pot is also valid. The powerlessness of the simple folk, unable to change the older order, has gradually given way to rage. Would Bowen prefer a pompadour? I need to visualize what that looks like. Oh, good God. Oh, this is the Johnny Bravo haircut. Yes, actually I would. Yes, I would. I didn't know this was called a pompadour, but this is very much the Johnny Bravo cut. Nice. Yes, to answer your question. Bada bing, bada where were we? For years now, Anisote has been simmering like a cook pot on a slow flame. The powerlessness of the simple folk, unable to change the old order, has gradually given way to rage. Finally, this anger became stronger than their old age submission to the higher estate and their fear of divine retribution. This anger became stronger than their age-old submission to the higher estate and their fear of divine retribution. This rage was a spark that lit the fire of the revolt, in capital letters. All of Anisote's commoners have risen up in rebellion. Workers, artisans, merchants, beggars. They all long to break free of noble tyranny and perpetual suffering that is their lot. The Romans say you just gotta keep them well-fed and entertained to follow you. Too bad many people seem to never follow this simple 2 steps, said General Bihan from Mortal Kombat. Was Bihan named after a Roman general? Huh. But yes, I very much agree. There does come a point where the rich become so stagnant in their comforts that they stop taking care of the things that keep them there in the first place, because the rich are still people, and they were enthroned by people, and they can be dethroned by people. So it is very important to keep a balance. And when the commoners are not kept happy, then the balance is broken. And the heads of the rich will roll because they are people just like the commoners. We are all people at the end of the day, regardless of our marital status, our career path, our bank account numbers, our stock share price holdings, and so on and so forth. I just wanted to make a meme that Bihan suddenly became a Chinese general with an army of soldiers that can also use cryomancy. Ah. Oh, like for example... like for example, the famous quote of, remember when you... when you're taking a shit to wipe thoroughly, Sun Tzu. Circa whenever Sun Tzu was alive. The misattribution of quotes is funny. But yes, I do take everything seriously, and it's difficult to do. I have something that I affectionately refer to as joke dyslexia. Much like how Squisgar Squigelf in Metalocalypse has music dyslexia. I have joke dyslexia. I take everything I hear and read seriously and engage with it in a serious manner, unless it's specifically a comedy club, and everything that the person says on the stage is then immediately followed by laughter. I immediately know that that is a comedy club, and the jokes should be taken as jokes, because that's what they are. That is the only time where my joke dyslexia doesn't affect me. Everywhere else, though, 100% serious. The most daring among them has joined the last straw. The secret society has sent entire squads of trained soldiers into the streets. They hand out guns and bombs to the people, weapons that give them a chance to wage war on equal footing against the noblemen descended from generations of warriors. Ah, so the peasants are armed with guns. But the most dangerous weapon the rebels possess is the people's court. The commoners have claimed the right to sentence their enemies to true death. The first nobles executed by the last straw, this very night served as proof that these sentences are real. For the first time in the history of the Empire, the divine force of the law is in possession not only of the noblemen, but also of the common estate. Hell yeah. Anarchy and chaos. Among the rebels are many new believers. They are ready to take up arms to defend their faith and freedom from the lots. They are led by Lennart, the abbot of the temple by the silver tree. Hell yeah. Good. That's what I wanted. Joker be like, why so serious, Bowen? You want me to ruin the joke by explaining it to you? When you explain the joke, there is no joke, Harley! That's my Mark Hamill impression, because he just does a very nice natural voice for his Joker. And one of my favorite Joker impressions is the one by the guy who does rotoscope videos that is an impression of the more classic and earlier eras of Joker. You see, Batman, I like to put little tutus on my dollies, Batman, and you can do nothing to stop me. That's not a Joker laugh, that is just something I did in the spur of the moment. Anyway. I forgot who's older, Sun Tzu or Julius Caesar. That is an excellent question. You can find out by Googling it. I would Google it myself, but I'm currently engaged in a stream, and I feel like that would take a significant amount of time away from the stream. Speaking of the stream, Prefect Elborn's allegiance remains unknown. The Supreme Judge has taken such pains to give the lowly estate more rights. Will he support a revolt that strives to do the same? Let's find out. Oh yes, that was our uncle. Anizote has recently been rocked by a series of spontaneous assemblies and protests. The mob demands equal rights for all estates and freedom from the tyranny of the nobles. Authorities must recognize the new faith and grant the commoners the right to choose their own lot. By nightfall, the rebels have disposed of the guards and taken over the city gate. In a matter of minutes, Anizote was under control. It is the duty of Overseer Gaius Tempest. Thank you, Seribot. You are a good bot. It is the duty of Overseer Gaius Tempest to crush the revolt. The Arknian nobleman, feared for his own position and power. So I love how inventive they've become. Oh god, I'm getting raided by these. They've gotten very inventive with the way they spam their nonsense. Hello, furry artist. May I request the commission of a human? That is again. I guess I should say what it is. It's a weird attempt of a Joker laugh, but I know it's not authentic to the Joker, so it's just a weird Bowenthius laugh. Neither authentic to either myself or the Joker. Right. It is the duty of Overseer Gaius Tempest to crush the revolt. The Arknian nobleman feared for his own position and power, so he was reluctant to punish the rebellious city as discontent slowly grew year by year. But the ensuing uprising has left him no choice. The Overseer has announced full-scale mobilization. In the morning, the Legion will march towards Anizote under his command and attempt to return the city to Imperial authority with fire and sword. Hello, fairy artist. May I request a commission of a human with human proportions and human facial features? No snouts here, just the regular human nose. Life. It's beautiful. The expeditious arrival of the Legion is the only hope the nobles have left now that they are locked inside the city. Members of the higher estate, especially the old aristocratic families, fear the coming rampage and strive to keep order on the streets. Meanwhile, the Inquisition led by Sister... Oh, God. Meanwhile, the Inquisition led by Sister... What did he call him? The Inquisition led by Sister Ginny Jeans is trying to stop the new believers and urging the people to reject the revolt. Both groups are aware that if the rest of the province follows Anizote into rebellion and chaos, the Empire itself and the Divine Order will begin to crumble. I don't like how this one Pokemon game basically made human and Pokemon be compatible. Well, the Pokemon scene has been plagued by an underground movement of intimacy, shall we say, that has existed probably for as long as Pokemon itself has. So I am not surprised that these things are becoming more recognized by official Pokemon entities, let's say. But simultaneously, well, I mean, again, so long as it doesn't hurt nobody or yourself. Hello, skeleton artist. I would like to commission an art of anatomically correct muscle structures. Hello. Hello, mecha artist. I would like to commission you to do a completely biological oozing entity. I want it to be accurate, but simultaneously I want to see its biology up close and personal. No straight lines for you, mecha artist. The Joker is becoming the gremlin. Meanwhile, yada yada, the Inquisition set by Ginny Jean's order will crumble. After nightfall, the city grows quiet. Its courtyards and squares are empty. In mansions and palaces, hasty negotiations are held, and schemes are concocted. In dark cellars, the revolt is being prepared, and armed units are gathering. Parishes are getting ready to defend the temples of the new faith against the Inquisition. So I guess I'm not a part of the Inquisition anymore because I'm new faith. Hello, Pokemon artists. May I commission an art of a Digimon? Hello, Pokemon artists. Can you please give me your finest art of Pal World? That one was genuine. I want to see Gardevoir holding a historically accurate M16A1. Give that to... Actually, no, if you give that to a furry artist, they'll have a good time with Gardevoir, not so much with the gun. What kind of artist would that be antithetical to? Manga artists, perhaps? Manga artists don't have a good time drawing details because they need to save pages for the manga because the mangas are 50 million pages long, so they need to be conservative with their detailing. So the gun would be a challenge for them, but what would a Gardevoir be a challenge to? What's the Venn diagram of an artist that would simultaneously find Gardevoir and a historically accurate M16 challenging? I wonder, that is a fun little exercise. All citizens, rich and poor, common and noble, are arming themselves, some with ancestral swords, others with cleavers. Anizote is preparing, waiting for the dawn. Hello, feet artist. I would like to commission a portrait from above the neck. Hello, feet artist. I would like to commission you to draw fingerless gloves without any fingers. Talking about guns, Bethesda really sucks with them. Have you seen their monstrosities they call guns in Fallout 4 and Starfield? Starfield, yes, I have seen breakdowns of how nonsensical and ridiculous their guns are. Fallout 4, I played Fallout 4, it didn't leave an impression on me because I am a Half-Life fan, and Half-Life is very famous for its lack of gun accuracy. Most iconically displayed in the single-barreled Spaz 12 that somehow has the ability to fire 2 shots, double barrels simultaneously when it only has 1. So, yes. I am familiar. Ironically, or I don't even know if it's ironic, but weirdly enough, a game that does not hold much gun accuracy still inspires a very verdant community of gun nuts, housed within the Half-Life 2 greater community at large. And I guess that stems not so much from the fact that Valve's guns are accurate, but more so from the fact that it's a first-person shooter. And, well, that brings you very intimately up and close with all of the guns that you use in first-person shooters, so it does actually make sense. Right, I want to get to it. As the Legion arrives for the assault, the rebels assemble into a militia and get ready to fend off the Imperial army, but there is little unity in their camp. Their leaders are already mired in a power struggle. Ah, it's time for Sir Bowen to come in. You see this MP5? It's also got a grenade launcher. Have fun, pal. Yes, the fun thing about Half-Life 1 was that their MP5 was kind of okay because you did see an underslung slung grenade launcher on the barrel, but in Half-Life 2, there is none. It just pops out of the barrel, where the bullets come out of. There is no underslung grenade launcher in Half-Life 2. The MP4 just shoots them out. It just appears in front of the barrel, with no rhyme or reason. But that is still the franchise that holds the dearest place in my heart to this day. It is a franchise that I would not be the person that I am had it not existed and had I not discovered it in the time that I discovered it, which was the far-off year of 2007. Hello, edgy artist. I would like to commission a very wholesome art piece without any shades of black or grey, and also a lot of whimsy. Hello, edgy artist. I would like to commission you a picture of a Care Bear with as vivid of a color scheme as you can muster. Isn't Half-Life 2 guns a mix of alien and human guns? It is! The so-called alien guns. Half-Life 1 is a mix of alien and human guns because you have the one where you stick your hand in the asshole of a alien and it shoots out homing projectile bees. And you have snarks, which are these little bugs and so on and so forth. So Half-Life 1 is a mix of those. Half-Life 2 is more a mix of actual realistic guns and human-made sci-fi technology in the form of the gravity gun, which is the only non-realistic sci-fi gun that there is. Actually, no, the one alien thing that they have in the arsenal is the Myrmidon's Pheropods, which basically in one chapter of the game that you get later on allow you to control a certain enemy type. So they do have alien guns, so to speak. It's basically just a egg sack that you throw at your enemies, and they do a little jig and then die to antlions. But it is, yes. Less so than in Half-Life 1, but still yes. Half-Life 2 did more so to go into the sci-fi guns route rather than what Half-Life 1 did, which had a healthy mix of realistic guns, not so realistic guns, and alien junk. There are also defenders of the Imperial Order within the city walls, members of the old aristocracy, soldiers of the Inquisition, priests of the Old Faith, commoners unwilling to defy the law of the Twins and the Twins' design. These people refuse to lay down their arms. Hello, landscape artist. May I commission an art on a detailed human portrait? That's basically me. Hello, 3D level designer. I would like you to do a 2D sketch painting of a person's face. That is the antithesis of what I'm capable of doing as an artist. Hello, 3D modeler. I would like you to draw an anime-inspired 2D rendition of your favorite anime girl. Ting tang, walla walla bing bang. Hello, AI artist. I would like you to commission a fully hand-drawn piece of art without any digital tools. I am so glad that I did not exist in an age where AI was propagated as frequently as it is now. The first rays of the rising sun light up the horizon. This day will go down in history. Your entire life has led you to this moment. Step by step, you have made yourself the man you are now. Your actions today could alter the course of history. Are you ready to go the distance? Let's find out. I have the stats for it. What will become of you by the time the sun sets? I want to find out. Okay, that's what. So the stalemate is now on a 5. We need to keep it to an 8 at most. We do not want a bloodbath. Oh yeah, you can see it better now. We do not want a bloodbath. The outcome of the struggle for Anisote will depend on how strong the revolt will be at the moment of its decisive collision. Hello, VTuber designer. I would like to commission a PNG tuber model. Well, I think that is more so like a 3D VTuber designer. Like me, I would not be very well versed in a PNG tuber. But then again, I have considered it in the past, because it is less intensive on the computer resources. But yes, point taken. Hello, Batman. I would like you to paint me like one of your French girls, Batman. I hope your detective skill will come in handy, Batman. You're not even an artist, Batman. Okay, so here's what we have in the new chapter. Holy moly, look at all these beautiful things. The Legion is defeated. The revolt wins a decisive victory over the Imperial forces, leading the revolt 6, troops 2, common folk 3. Okay. Peace with the Overseer. Overseer Gaius Tempest is forced to accept the demands of the revolt. Leading the revolt. Okay, so I can lead the revolt. Okay. The city is defended. The rebels managed to fight back the attack of the Legion and hold Anisote for some time. I need a lot of willpower. Good thing I have 30 of that. All of these imply that I need to lead the revolt, which is fun. The revolt is defeated. The revolt is suppressed by fire and sword. Anisote is back under the rule of the Empire. Oh my. Surrender of the revolt. The rebels surrendered to the mercy of the overseer. Anisote is back under the rule of the Empire. Ah. The Anisote massacre. That's what I want to avoid. The revolt led by Sophia wins at the cost of relentless massacre. Okay, so we need to dethrone Sophia immediately. I love how I'm going to find out so many things about her in this chapter, aren't I? Oh boy. Dark times. Neither side succeeds. Chaos and disorder spread all over the Empire. No other outcome achieved. Your earthly life is over. You leave the world forever and face the judgment of the twins. Accept true death. Oof. Okay, so we have a lot to work with here. We have a lot to work with. Ooh boy. I hope that, like, the Legion is defeated will be something they'll be capable of doing, but I need to lead the revolt. I need my troops, and I need the common folk. We'll find out. The first ray of the rising sun light up in the horizon. This day will go down in history. Your entire life has led you to this moment. Step by step, you have made yourself the man you are now. Your actions today could alter the course of history. Are you ready? Hell yeah, I've been readying myself for the past hour and 57 minutes. Oops. What else have we got? Events in this chapter that can happen to the Brante family. I forgot, isn't there another game where there's also a character female named Sophia that leaves the revolt? Was it Assassin's Creed? Could be! It's not coming to mind for me, but it very well could be Assassin's Creed-y. Ooh. The family is in the city. The Brante family chose to remain in the rebellious city of Anisote. All of your family has perished in the fire of the revolt. Oh, Christ. The family has fled. The Brante family hastily leaves the rebellious Anisote. The Brante family survives the night of the revolt. I mean, why wouldn't they? Nobody cares about us. Events that can happen in the Brante family in this chapter. Ugh. Deeds you can accomplish while on your chosen life path. The most important event that will end this chapter. Okay. Escape from the city. You flee the violent streets of Anisote. You succeed Sophia as the leader of all the rebel forces in Anisote. I really hope I can do this. I need to do this. Brante's future not looking so hot. No, it's not, but I need to... I have the skills. I am the prophet. I am the orator. I am the scheming bastard that will get this done. I need to eliminate Sophia somehow, because clearly she is not gonna end things well. I do not wish for the Anisote massacre to happen. So... she is filled with rage and evil. You'd think that saving her life and getting trampled by horses would have eased her heart a bit, but I guess she suffered all the same. I weep for her, I empathize for her, but simultaneously I will not allow the same tragedies that happened in the previous chapter to happen this time. I'm on my guard this time. I made mistakes, but now I'm willing to embrace them, learn from them, and not repeat them. Right. Heading the revolt, defender of the Empire. You take the side of the defenders of the Imperial government. Side with the Empire. Ooh. You take the side of the revolt. Of course I'm gonna side with the revolt. We need to cleanse the revolt from within and take power from inside the revolution. The revolt screen is now available. Oh, hell yeah, finally. This little button is available again. You can't see it from me. Hold on, let me show you. This entire game, this little button that was behind my back. That little button, that beautiful button right there, it was unavailable for this entire game, but it is finally available now. So, yes. We are here to spread the cheer. Right, let's get her going. What does this button do? I will find out. Continue! Hello, Dragon Ball artist. I would like to commission a slice of life. Hello, person who exclusively draws nothing but Goku. I would like you to draw the face of Frieren. Condition met. What? The event is a consequence of your action. The family does not fall apart, I'll have you know. Right, so immediately we are getting thrown into this. The family's fate. The event is a consequence of your previous actions. Cool! Cool. Instead of doing that, let's check the revolt. Okay. The revolt! Let's see. Okay, so this is the revolt panel. Occupation. I am very powerful, you see. Ah, so this man is gone. Gaius Tempest... Patriarch, not. Not available. There is no Patriarch. The church is very much new faith. Oh god, the wealth of McGraw is misery and devastation. There is unrest. Oh boy. There are people arguing and screaming in the... Ooh, mother. Time for fire and glory to spread amongst the people. Right. Victory conditions. Peaceful victory. Military victory. Right, so I need to lead the revolt, have the revolt be at a 6, have the troops be at a 1, have the common folk be at a 3, have the clergy be at a 2, and have the nobles be at a 1, and I need power! I need power! Right, we will figure it out. And if we don't, then, well, that's the life and suffering of Sir Brante. The first rays of the morning sun reach the window of your family's home. It would be so easy to forget about the impending revolt here within these old familial walls. But the calm before the storm will soon be over, and yesterday's turmoil will return. There are only a handful of hours left. The Brants have to decide what to do. Should the family stay in the city and prepare to weather the storm, or should they join the struggle, or should they simply avoid it? If I could have them be soldiers for my cause, I would happily take them. After a sleepless night, you gather in the sitting room as a family once again. Father is first to speak. His determined yet surprisingly calm voice fills the room. This is what I was afraid would happen. The noble estate has turned a blind eye to the common people's misery, and now we have a revolt on our hands. It is my fault as well. I did all I could to serve the cause of justice, but it just wasn't enough, and now blood has been shed. He says, and now blood will be shed, but blood has been shed already. Lots of blood, oodles of it, tankards full. You could fill an entire fridge with the amount of blood that has been shed already. To my disgust and failure. The family patriarch casts a somber gaze over his children. I want to make one thing very clear. Today, our family cannot get involved in the unrest. We will not take... Oh, you spy! If Robert Brante did daily redeems on twitch.tv/Bowenthius, all he would get is parts of the spine, because he severely needs one. I feel for the common estate. But we're not getting dragged into a hopeless bloodbath. I am, and I'll drag you with me. As for preserving the Overseer's rule in Anizote, we will not sacrifice ourselves for that either. He has led McGraw to this rebellion, and now it's up to him and his legion to deal with the rebels. And we mustn't forget Commander Oton and his noble militia. They're all too eager to use this opportunity to slaughter all the nobles they blame for the revolt. Father is silent for a while, then he takes his sword off the wall and places it firmly on the table. His voice rings with coldness of steel. We will stay in our city and protect our home. Whatever danger we might face today, the Brants will not surrender their home, their status, or their place in this world. None of you have ever seen Father so filled with resolve, but he still seeks your support. Robert, the patriarch of the Brante family, meets your gaze. It's me. I will make choices. I will not make choices, apparently. You and Gloria convince Father to support the rebels and fight for the powers that be. Oh. Sophia, oh. Wait. Oh. Well. Oh well. The Brants will flee the city. I mean, we agree with Father and protect your home. Father is right. The family must remain in the city and protect their home. The Brants will oppose the revolt. Wait, what? You and Stefan convince Father to openly side with the Overseer and work to quash the revolt. My son, I know you're going to make your own decision. You're too deeply involved in this conflict to just stand aside. But right now, I'm talking about our family here, Bowen. Our family must remain out of harm's way, no matter what you decide to do. Man, this Sophia sure loves chaos. She sure does. She sure does. And you must insist that Anizote has grown too dangerous. Your family cannot stay here, regardless of what you decide to do. They must flee the city before it is too late. I mean, yes. I would have loved to be able to have the Brant side with the revolt, but apparently I need Brant to like me, Stefan to not exist, and Gloria to be at home. And the unity needs to be above 5, so... yeah, so I guess the only thing that I'm allowed to do is have you guys flee to city, so I can die on my own crusade by my own accord without you guys being in harm's way. So, goodbye. Flee the city, flee! You respond firmly. Father is wrong. The family cannot remain in the city any longer. You have too many enemies. An attack on the Bran home is inevitable. The family needs to take advantage of the uprising to leave Anizote before it is too late. Father hesitates. He looks first at you, then at grandfather's portrait on the wall. The late Gregor Brant stares back at his progeny, implacable and stern. I just can't abandon our home. We'd be giving up our entire lives. You'd literally be saving your life. You put your hand on Father's shoulder. Even if your family leaves the city, your lives will not end. The Brant legacy will live on. As a nobleman and the head of the household, it is Father's duty to keep the family safe, even if it means making sacrifices. Father lets out a bitter sigh and puts his sword back on the table. You're right, Bowen. My children are more important than my former life. I must protect them. Now hurry. We need to get ready for our journey. We're leaving the city. He is. I appreciate how easily convinced he is. Everyone starts packing hurriedly. You take only what you need and nothing else. You move from room to room, gathering family jewels and heirlooms into a sack, watching the house grow empty and abandoned before your very eyes. Will the Brants ever return to this home? Will you ever see it again? Bowen! What is his status? Fled! The head of the Brant family is preparing to flee the rebellious city of Anizote. You turn around and look behind you as you carry your belongings to the gate. The hunched, hapless silhouette of your younger brother appears on the steps. Nathan hurries towards you. I've lost the willpower. Oh no. I didn't like that. But then again, I didn't lose anything else, so I guess tit for tat. By their will, the event is a consequence of your actions. The family has fallen apart. Well, yes. What do we got now? Your younger brother stands before you, clutching an old prayer book. He speaks... Ah, yes, the Necronomicon ex mortem that we gave him for his birthday, I remember. He speaks, sighs deeply, and begins to speak. I know you're in a hurry, Bowen. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. As you know, my faith has wavered all my life. The twins know how much I've sinned, but even in my darkest hour, I knew they hadn't turned away from our world. I knew they still cared. Nathan is quiet for a moment, watching a tiny ant make its way across the porch. But I just can't understand, no matter how hard I try, what's happening to us? This revolt against the Empire, how did the twins let it happen? How is this possible? I mean, the twins made the whole world as part of their design, didn't they? Does that mean the entire world is about to fall apart? No. No. Imagine that clip of Mario going, no. It's revolt, what is it? Please, help me understand. Ooh, I have all of the options. I love that. Most of them don't require anything, but yes, the revolt is part of their designs. The twins gave people freedom, and the freedom includes the ability to alter their great design. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's what I'm doing. Nathan's sullen gaze rises towards the shining pillar, but thick, gray storm clouds are already moving towards the city. The shining strip at the edge of the sky is growing dimmer by the second. You want to watch the sky too, lost in thought. What will you tell him? Freedom! Freedom! Now, hell is this? Only the twins themselves can know the truth. Nathan can ask them himself. No. Revolt is part of their design. They planned for this. By their will, you sit next to him and gently tussle your younger brother's hair. He grips your hand and sighs sorrowfully. You share a quiet moment, just as you did so often as children, when little Nathan would play quietly next to you while you read. Remember when I was little and you taught me about the gods? I guess I need your help again. You nod, gather your thoughts. Have fun for the rest of the stream, guys. Friends coming over for a surprise visit. Goodbye. I hope you enjoy your friend's surprise visit. Take care and have a lovely rest of your week, Oscar. Goodbye. You nod, gather your thoughts, and speak. What if the revolt is neither a threat to our world nor an affront to the twins? After all, the twins gave us a portion of their will. So whatever mortals choose to do with that will must be part of their grand design. That means there is nothing to fear, no punishment, no end of the world, no wrath of the gods. When the twins gave us free will in the world they created, they made their decision, and then this is all we need. All we mortals can do now is try to live the best we can, whether we are meek or rebellious, happy or sad. The twins are silently watching over us all. You look deep into your brother's eyes as you speak, watching faint hope shine through the fear and sorrow. Without saying a word, Nathan considers your words. As he meditates over their meaning, his mouth stretches slightly into a shy, almost childlike grin. It has been so long since you last saw your brother smile like this. So there's hope after all. There's a little bit of their will in everything we do, everything we think. There's a little bit of them in all of us. I've been trying so hard to get closer to the twins, but they've been here this whole time. You watch Nathan transform before your very eyes. His back, always hunched, suddenly straightens. His eyes light up as though he is seeing the world around him for the first time. Did I finally do right by this tragic soul? Did I? I've been trying to find the answer for so long, but it was right there in front of me. I must join the rebellion and help my older brother into fixing the world. You go ahead, Bowen. I know you have a lot on your plate right now. I'll be here. What? He went from hopeful to hopeful. Nathan found new purpose in faithful service of the twins. Hell yeah. Before you walk out the gate, you turn around for the last time. Nathan is kneeling under the old tree in the garden. He is praying. I've become the greatest orator. Sick. Escape from Anizote. Right, Brante has fled. Papa has gone away. The house where you were born and raised is empty now. All the supplies, clothes, and valuables you need for the journey have been packed into an inconspicuous-looking carriage. The horses neigh nervously at every sound, every shout echoing down the street. Father puts a heavy lock on the gate and the house. He takes one last look at the estate with its covered windows, boarded-up doors, and then turns to you. We are ready, son. It is time to go. We'd better hurry. The insurgents have already taken the city gate. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get out of Anizote. Your carriage hurls down the perilous streets. Places and faces flash outside the small windows. You see bands of armed commoners, preachers with crowds gathered around them, nobles on horseback, scrambling to defend their homes. I've never thought I'd have to abandon our home, to leave our city behind, lost in chaos and confusion. What happened to our world, Bowen? Is everything really going to change? The city gate grows closer. Your path is blocked by a hastily erected barricade. A cordon of stone-faced commoners stand before it. They are armed not with knives and clubs, but muskets. One of them shouts an order as soon as he spots the carriage. The guards train their weapons on you. Who the hell are you? Friedmund Schmidt. Hey, you! The rich folks in the carriage. Turn around and go back. The people control the gate now. Or maybe you think we might let one little noble slip through. So you can hightail it to the Legion and the Overseer and beg for help? I don't think so. Now beat it and pray for the twins we don't get you. Artisan of lowly birth, one of the ringleaders of the disaffected commoners of the city. How do I convince this man? With a dozen muskets trained on the carriage, you have no choice but to stop. What were we thinking? We should have seen this coming, but these guards don't exactly look like saints. We can't force our way through. But maybe we can convince them somehow, or bribay them. I love bribaying people. What shall we do, Bowen? There we go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Turn the carriage around. I can do it. No, hell no. Flee with your family, leaving everything behind. Hell no. Hell no. Are you kidding me? I'm not doing that. What's my manipulation and my personality? Is that manipulate? No, that's scheming. Where's manipulate? Oh, there's manipulation. I am a great con artist, so I could very well do that. Flee with your family, leaving everything behind. You bribe the guards with all you have so you and your family can leave the city and you're passed behind. The fate of the revolt will be decided without you. Hell no! Hell, I'm not doing that. Order them to let your family through. One of these must be true. Sophia ally. Sophia. Oh. The guards know exactly who you are, and you will let the carriage through on your orders. You, however, will stay behind and fight for your cause. Does that mean that I can't succeed, Sophia? I need to find a way to take her rebellion from her. You bribe the guards to let your family through a gate. You, however, you will stay behind to fight the guard. You have enough men to break through the cordon and get your family out of the city. You, however, will stay behind to fight for your cause. Well, I'm gonna bribe the guards. Yeah, so fuck it, bribing the guards. Father is right, these guards are poor commoners, the sort of men who can be bargained with. The chest containing your family fortune ought to do the trick. This means losing everything we've worked for all these years, but what good is money in a dying city? They'll take it one way or another. Do what you must, son. It falls on you to negotiate for your family's safety. Carefully, you open the carriage door and speak to the man in charge of the guards. You tell him that you would be willing to contribute the family's funds to the revolt if the guards let you through the gate without incident. Yes! That is exactly what I need. The leader of the guards leans on his musket, grinning eagerly. Hey, now we're talking. Make with the gold and scram. Don't worry, we ain't nobles, but we're as good as our word. Make with the money and scram. A moment later, the chest containing all your valuables and jewels changes hands. The guards let you around the barricade. The gate opens with a groan. This is where you must part ways. You have to stay in Anizote and try to make a difference. You will do what you can to change the course of history. Hell yeah. Quick embraces, rushed goodbyes. Will you ever see each other again? We'll see. It pains me so much that you can't go with us, Bowen. But I know you can't turn your back now. There's too much at stake for you. Yes. Be safe, my son. We'll see each other again soon, I know it. I really hope that there is a chain of events in this game that allow me to have Sophia as a lover and be steadfast in my new faith. But I suppose the faith path, the religious path, is with Jenny. So I feel like I doubt that that would be the case. The carriage passes through the gate, rushing away from Anizote into the serene wasteland. With a heavy groan, the gate slams shut again. I think like a personality test. It says a lot about me with how, even though I experienced the horrors and hardship of my upbringing and my early years in this game, I was not so hateful and resentful of Gregor Brante that I dedicated my entire life and first playthrough to the rebellion and becoming a street rat with Sophia. I chose instead to preach the good word and try to inspire people to be happy and faithful instead, which I think... I don't think. It just makes me happy to know that through the course of my actions, I subconsciously chose love instead of leading into Sophia's massacre. Anyway. The carriage passes through the gate, rushing away from Anizote and into the serene wasteland. With a heavy groan, the gate slams shut again. You are left alone with a city in turmoil. I do not care for the wealth of my family. We're done with that garbage. Your family fled the burning Anizote. Hell yeah. The Brante family hastily leaves the rebellious Anizote. Good. That's them sorted. Now can I actually get onto this rebellion stuff, please, game? Hell yeah, there we go. Mustering the forces. Let's muster those forces. Yep, there we go. Family has fled. Good. Goodbye, the family. You must fled. Now we must the revolt. Oh. Oh yeah, I have no nobles that follow me. Right. I need to summon the support of the people. What do I need? The city... no. Legion is defeated, yes, that one. I need common folks, troops, and the revolt to be at a 6, and I need to leading the revolt. Good. I will fight with tooth and nail if I need to. The crimson sun slowly rises above the horizon. You make your way through the city in chaos, carefully observing what is happening on the streets. The rebellion is flaring up again after a night of calm. Once again, the commoners are taking to the squares in droves. The grim resolve in the rebels' eye speaks volumes. They are determined to seize their freedom or die trying. There are others, however, who are huddling inside their homes, locking their doors, and praying to survive the revolt unscathed. I wonder who that guy in the middle is. With every passing minute, you see more and more people carrying banners. They bear a hand clutching a lantern, the mark of the last straw. The conspirators have left the shadows at last. They hand out guns to the common folk, using these last precious minutes to quickly teach them how to fire them. The artisans are out on the streets too, cobbling together makeshift shields out of wood and nails to protect against nobles and their blades. Fortunately for the rebels, the nobles remain divided. Good. The old noble bloodlines have sided with Dorius Orton. The Arknian has sworn to bring down the revolt by any means necessary. His noble militia now stands guard in the Silver District, where the city's most eminent aristocrats have their homes. They represent the greatest threat to the revolt. Many nobles of the mantle, however, are all too eager to violate their oath of fealty and side with the rebels. Though a noble to serve the Empire, they no longer want to suffer under the foot of the high-born Arknians and human gentry. But there are many more who are still undecided, soldiers and low-ranking officers of the Legion, from the city's garrison, officials and functionaries. They all have found themselves caught between the Overseer's orders and the People's Revolt. Many of them are biding their time, hoping the Legion and the Prefecture will spring into action and quell the unrest. But the Prefecture has yet to react. The city prefect, Sir Elborn, has still not made it clear which side he is on. I need to convince him to be on my side. Even the clergy is swept up in the strife. Abbot Lennart is gathering new believers for a procession to the Silver Tree, where the people will elect a new patriarch. Old believer priests and common folk who prefer to cling to the lots and save their souls stand in opposition. Even the Inquisition, whose duty it is to protect the Church of the Twin Gods against heresy, has been tainted by this schism. The true fight of the fate of Anisote will begin in a matter of hours. Okay, that's a lot of choices. You have had 8 years to carry influence among the people of this city. It is time to put your connections to the test. Who can you sway to your side? Who will be willing to sacrifice their lives and fight for your cause? Gee, I wonder. Tomas's new life, Path of the Nobleman, Defender of the Empire. Incite a riot among the Legion troops. Assemble a squad of loyal rebels. Support the old believers. Unite the nobles. Buy the people's loyalty. Arm the new believers. You surround yourself with people who are ready to take up arms and fight for the revolt and the new faith. There we go. That's where all my choices led me to. Without a proper army, the revolt does not stand a chance against the Legion. You walk from temple to temple, calling out to everyone who is willing to arm themselves to defend the new faith. You bear the word of the twins. You speak with their voice. The flock knows this full well. I am basically the clergy in this. Next on the list is a temple on the edge of the Brass District, the same temple where you received your first sacrament. Oh! History does not repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. You see an old priest on the steps addressing the people around him. Could this be the same man who struck you with the sacred lash? All those years ago? All those years ago. You see an old priest on the steps, addressing the people around him. Could this be the same man? Yeah, it could. Let's find out. It is not your lot to fight. That is the purview of the noble lord. Put down your weapons, you fools. Restrain yourselves. Stop this before your souls are doomed to an eternity of torment at the foot of the pillar. You face the old man with a smile. He is blind. All he can do is frighten people. He cannot see the truth. You respond to him with the words of the elder. He who entereth the house of a strong man cannot take it by force unless he bindeth his hands. Only then can the house be plundered. And that is why Gaius Tempest is coming to bind the hands of the strong. And then their houses will be plundered, but the Tempest will not take the people's riches. He will take their twins given freedom. He is coming to take away the right to choose their own lot and their own path to the shining pillar. If the people you see before you wish to be bound, they should flee with their tails between their legs. But if they wish to be free, they must cast away all fear and have the courage to stand their ground. The old priest is silent. The crowd of the new believers shout in approval, chanting enthusiastically, "Down with the lots! Down with the old faith!" That is my lot in life, to destroy the old faith. All doubt has been cast away. For the first time, the people around you raise their knives, hatchets, and axes not to toil humbly, but to depose their eternal masters. Under your guidance, they will see this fight to the end. The common folk believe in me. Oh, I could become their indisputable leader. Oh, holy shit, I gained so much with this. Do you have what it takes to realize their hopes and guide them to victory? It is time to find out. The sound of gunfire fills the city streets once again. The lull has passed. I have a regiment of troops. I have trust in the common folk. And I am winning the revolt. Oh god, I need to keep that one. Again, need to keep it between a 6 and an 8. I am winning though. Aha! Side with the rebels. You side with the revolt. You take the side of the revolt. That is what I wanted to do. It is true. I will have to inevitably confront Sophia and usurp her. Ah. It even tells me what the victory conditions are. Peaceful victory. I do need that. I need to lead the revolt. I love how even the game, like I was checking the menu to see what my objectives were, but even the game is showing me what I need to do. So I need to have common folk at 3, and I need to have the clergy, and also the nobles need to cautiously support me. This is gonna be extremely difficult, I feel. I feel like the whole game has been leading up to this, and this is where I finally get to test my mettle. But it's fine, regardless of what ending I get. I know what I want to get, but we'll see what I do get. The Order divided. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Path of the Priest. Hell yeah. What have we got going on for ourselves? I am the rebel. That is who I be. Time to lead the revolt. It is noon. The wind drives the sand along the stone slabs. The Inquisition is gathered inside the yard of the ward, but they are uneasy. The schism within the church has split the order as well. Some of the Inquisition follows the old faith, while others are new believers. Their contentious quarreling can be heard over the wall's fence. We need to stay in the ward and protect ourselves until the Overseer's army comes.
We cannot abandon the people at a time like this. It is our duty to stay with the faithful and preach on the streets.
We need to show our support to the noble militia. They're the ones protecting the order. The rebels are fighting for the legitimacy of the new faith. We're done being persecuted. It is the will of the twins that Leonard become patriarch. We cannot stop him. The ward's doors open. Jenny briskly walks. Oh, look at her. Isn't she beautiful? She's even got a tie on. Oh boy, first we need to depose her, then we depose Sophia. Enough! Oh, it was I! I don't know why she decided. It was I, brothers and sisters, who fought the Inquisition back to power in Arizote. And you all know it, but now it pains me to see what we have become. I have never taught you to be cruel. I used to believe that each and every Inquisitor knew their sacred lot, that you all saw the wrath of the gods looming ever close, that you all knew what they could do to our world should we besmirch their design, but clearly I was wrong. This city is full of heretics. The Inquisition has failed, and time for talk is over. There is no more words, no more prayers, no more mercy. I am taking control of the Order, and it will smite the heathens. No, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not. Leonard will stop at nothing to become the new patriarch, even if it means defiling our sacred ceremony. We will stand in the way of his procession. Not a single one of those rebels will reach the silver tree. Oh, no, yeah, no. But Inquisitor, Leonard will have crowds of people on his side. The champions of faith won't be able to stop them. And the Inquisitors will have to take up arms as well. And the Inquisitors meet her words with stunned silence. Finally, someone speaks up hesitantly. But what about our lot? We cannot wield weapons in battle. Do you realize what this means for our souls, Janae? Our lot? Our lot is to guide those who have strayed and save their souls. Even if it means our own souls must be damned to the eternal torment at the foot of the pillar. This is who she is to me. This is what she sounds like to me. This is who I perceive her to be. The fate of our flock depends on what we do at this fateful hour. We must defy our lot and sacrifice ourselves to avert the wrath of the gods, then so be it. She is crazy. Jean points an accusing finger at the Inquisitors who espouse the new faith. Captain Agaronim, seize the heretics! The champions of faith do as they are told. They force the wayward Inquisitors to their knees. The other priests stand in confusion. Watch in confusion. We shall begin by purging this heresy from our order. When we will head to the Silver Tree, Leonard and his flock must not enter the temple lest our world be doomed. You walk through the gate, Jenna's furious eyes dart towards you. Ah! Ooh! Ooh! Mmm! Mm-mm-mm! Oh! Wait. You and Jenna take control of the Inquisition. The heresy must be purged even if it means no. Free the captive Inquisitors by force. You order your followers to attack and save the captives. You persuade Jenna to spare the new believers kneeling before her. I do need an eloquence of 20. Now this is a tough one. You persuade Jenna to spare the new believers. You order your followers to attack and save the captives. You are one of those whom Jenna seeks to destroy. You cannot escape this fate. You persuade Jenna to spare the new believers. I mean, this is what I've been building up to, so ultimately... See, I didn't even need to grow close to her. I just needed to become incredibly eloquent. And my eloquence shall show me the way. One of these must be true. Jenna must be over 4, equal to or over 4. It's now -5. Do not get involved. Yeah, you know. No. Convince her to spare the Inquisitors. You persuade her, the new believers, to spare them, yeah. But, you order the followers to attack and save the captives. I do have troops. Well, true to who I want to be in this game, I don't want this to be done with force and taken by bloodshed, so if I have the choice to not go the bloodshed route, I guess I have to not go the bloodshed route. So I will persuade Jenna, using my eloquence of 20, to have her fuck off. You hurry to Jenna's side. She motions for the champions of faith to put the execution on hold. Once she is very close, you speak to her so quietly that only she can hear you. Why would she choose a lot that is not her own? Why would she seek to rule over the order and punish those who stand in her way? She chose a different path long ago. She needs to follow it. How could she even think of executing her fellow Inquisitors? Their deaths will change nothing. The fate of the world will be decided by the gods, not by us and not in this yard. Why doom your own soul for no reason? You see Jenna's lips begin to tremble. She turns away from everyone else looking straight at you. You mouth a plea. Last chance. Just one last chance for them and for you. Please. She opens her mouth as though she wants to say something, then bites her lip so hard it turns white. With a loud sigh, she once again assumes an indifferent expression and turns to face the kneeling Inquisitors. To the foot of the pillar with you, heretics! Let them go! But stay out of our way, and remember, if you aren't willing to reject your new faith, run away as far as you can. Find a hole in the ground and cower there like venomous snakes, because when this rebellion is quashed, the Order will find every last heretic in Magra and burn you all alive. Ooh. Captain Agaronim, ready your troops, we're going. The Inquisition rise slowly to their feet, afraid to move. Your heart is pounding in your chest. Your fellow new believers surround you. They praise your courage and faith, and they want you to lead them. Ha yes! Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. We knew you'd come, Inquisitor Brante. You're going to help Father Leonard now, right? You have to show the people the Inquisition isn't their enemy. Yes, peace and love. You try your best to gather your thoughts. It is too early for Leonard to head for the Silver Tree. It will be a while before the New Faith procession begins. There is still time to find allies. Suddenly, a flustered priest runs through the gate. Dorius Alton and his noble militia! They're going to Prefecture to execute Sir Airborne for treason! Oh, that's not good. Clarity fills your mind. Next up, Bourne. We need to save Bourne. Prefect L. Bourne has always stood with the New Faith. He will be a powerful ally if he survives. Yes, I need the nobles. Oh, that's adorable. Too bad for Jenny. You must hurry. Your order your comrades to get ready. The prefecture awaits. Yes! Fall of the old faith! Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. I am the common folks leader, and the clergy trust me. I must become the leader of the clergy as well. The revolt is... Oh, no. Oh, I'm getting dangerously close. The rebels are winning. The willpower is fading, but I am succeeding. I am trading all the willpower I have. Oh, wow, this is counted in days. Wow, I love this chap. This is so... Everything that has happened in this game is culminating into this. The searing sun looms high in the sky above the rebellious city. Oh, boy, is it. Boy, howdy is it. Oh, that would be so cool. I just imagine, because this is such a really cool thing, it's a giant sword made out of stone, and I was thinking about, like, you can't make a single sword out of a giant stone slab because there isn't a slab big enough. This is massive. This is like the size of 3 men. Like 5, actually, in height. But I was thinking you could use the cracks in stone to form, like, just chips and cracks in the sword to make it look like a cracked sword, and that would be really, like, not this more natural and organic chips and cracks in the stone rather than this brick aesthetic, and I think that would look really cool. I am inspired. This game inspires me. Every stream. It's beautiful. I love it. Ah, the searing sun looms high in the sky above the rebellious city. The square in front of the prefecture is packed with commoners. Just a moment ago, they boldly demanded that the judges and gendarmes side with the rebellion. But now they are terrified. They fear the noble army that is coming for them. Their calls for rebellion are gone, replaced by frightened screams. Of course. Hooves! Thunder against the cobblestones. My enemy! The earth quakes beneath their feet. The noble militia led by Dorius Alton carves a path through the human sea. The terrified rebels scatter as the riders approach. The gendarmes remain where they are, forming a tight circle around the prefecture and Elborn. The prefect calls out to the crowd, his voice hoarse. Everyone, stay calm. Let them through. Do not draw your weapons. Alton's riders push the mob aside and eventually reach the tall building. The Archnean commander draws in his reins only when the gendarmes all that separate him from the prefecture stares. Prefect, I don't even know. Prefect Elborn, how dare you disobey the orders of the province's rightful rulers? You have abused your position to appease the rebels and defy imperial rule. The inconceivable rebellion is your fault. It is time for you to accept your well-earned punishment. In the name of Archduke Milanitis, I hereby order you and your gendarmes to surrender your weapons. The supreme judge of the prefecture maintains his composure in the face of this recrimination. Recrimination? I only obey the laws of the Empire, Sir Alton, not you or your runaway Archduke. Alton's face contorts in a predatory grin. Excellent, you've had your chance to save your face, old man. Instead of a dignified execution, you and your cronies will hang like the foul rabble you've betrayed us for. Alton lifts his sword skyward, prepared to order an assault. The riders behind him are about to attack. The gendarmes ready their clubs. Their hands are trembling. They will not stand a chance against the noble cavalry. The mob begins to shift, about to flee the square. The fate of this moment hangs by a thread. Well, see, now I have no options. Challenge Autumn to a duel. Overthrow Elborn. Ugh. You help Autumn. Ugh. Get Autumn and Elborn. Ugh. I don't want that. Get Autumn's army to abandon him. Oh, I wish I could do that, but I can't. Autumn has been stripped of his rank. You reason with the nobles and they convince them to abandon the lead. Rouse the mob and encourage them to defend the prefect. Elborn has always protected the common folk. Now it is time for the common folk to protect him. Yes! Time to rise with the common folk. Alton's riders advance on the gendarmes. If you do nothing, the prefecture will fail. You need to act now. You leap into the mob and scramble up to an overturned carriage and call out to the throng. You hear the voices throughout the crowd. It's Brante! Bowen Brante wants to say something. The people know me. You shout as loudly as you can. People of Anizote, do not fear the wrath of the nobles. Your lives are finally yours for the first time since the empire was founded. Cast off the lot of humility. You are many and they are few. It is time to fight. For years and years, the prefecture has always been there to protect the rights and freedoms of the common man. We cannot let it fall into enemy hands. Stop them. Protect the prefect. Elborn hears you over the din of his struggle on the prefecture stairs. His voice joins yours. Show them you have no fear. Take your rights by force. I, Prefect Elborn, I am on your side. Your words inspire the people with a sense of solidarity. They have much to lose now, and they will not surrender their freedom without a fight. In the blink of an eye, the unwieldy throng bristles with heavy sticks, wooden clubs, and makeshift spears. You start giving orders from your impromptu podium, commanding this newfound army to assault the rear of Autumn's cavalry. Cut the rabble down, no mercy! The cavalry turns to face them. With an onslaught of sharp steel, bones crack beneath the hooves. Popping in to say hi, but got stuff to do, will be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Deltor! Same as the Twitch, Deltor. Hope you're going well, other than all the suffering. The suffering is in full swing. We are in full rebel town, and we are rebelling 100%. But thank you for taking the time to stop by and say hello, Deltor. I wish you well upon your stuff that you have to do. I hope they happen well enough and that they do not cause you distress. Farewell. Take care. Bones crack beneath the hooves, swords slice through defenseless flesh. The stench of blood fills the square as fallen bodies dissipate into glimmering dust. You keep doling out furious commands, trying to ensure that the common folk are not routed. Hold the line, stand your ground, better a lesser death than eternal slavery. The riders smash into them, but the line holds. The people of numerical superiority and their spears and clubs strike back. The cavalry begins to drown in the sea of humanity. The power of the human soul, the indomitable human spirit. Believe in the Kamina who believes in you. Believe in the Simone who believes in you. The gendarmes hit Auton's warriors from the rear. One by one, the riders are dragged from their horses. Hello, Lector. You're just about to witness me incite chaos.
Hello there.
Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. As you can see, we're doing a great thing. You are going to witness great madness. Great madness already. Oh, I didn't even... Oh, my. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're doing the bloodbath. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, I need to... Oh. I need to dial it back. I need to dial it back. The noble militia falters. The gendarmes hit Autumn's warriors from the rear. One by one, the riders are dragged from their horses. The noble militia falters. Treacherous filth! Retreat! Autumn and his surviving horsemen turn tail and flee, furiously carving a path with their swords. At least half of Autumn's men have fallen in this battle. Cries of victory in the square. The commoners shake their weapons, eager to follow your orders. But it is too far early to celebrate. You have only fought off one assault. What do you mean it's too early to celebrate? I've already won. Prefect Elborn finds you in the boisterous crowd. Bowen, your courage has saved the prefecture. I'm with you until the end. Whatever you need from me, you will have it. You need to hurry now. The noble militia we've seen in the city pales in comparison to the forces of the Legion. I'll gather our forces at the prefecture and establish a unified command structure. Thank God I finally have somebody organizing this. You should find Abbot Leonard and aid him in any way you can. His procession must be en route to the Silver Tree by now. The enemies of the New Faith are waiting there, weapons in hand. They'll massacre each other if you don't stop them, Brant. This city is a powder keg with a short fuse. More fire and blood is the last thing we need. Yes, I now need to dial it back. And now I need to... just cause them to fail, because we're winning too hard. I am winning the rebellion too hard. What we need is more allies, and having Leonard on our side is crucial. We need a spiritual leader who can unite the city against the Legion. Rebel. The highest judge in McGraw publicly supported the revolt. You nod to Elborn. The fate of the feud between the two faiths will be decided in the clash of the Silver Tree. You have to be there. You wish the prefect luck. You muster your loyal forces to the head of the tree. Oh boy. Well, we do have a lot of the commoners are in power. Yes, the power. Right, what is the thing that I need to do? Right, so I am doing everything, but I need what the Anazote math? No, not Dark Times. Yeah, no, peace with the overseas. CD, what's the thing that I need? The Legion is defeated, I guess. Right. The commoners are in power. What does it look like with the commoners in power? The commoners, they scream and they yell. The fall of the old faith. Oh god, the reign of terror. Let's not do that. Right. Yep, we are... Okay, we have gone overboard. Right, so the troop... I have an army, and I can use that army to dismantle the... Oh yes, my stats are insane. Like, look at this. This is... I am amazed. Look at this. This is insanity. But I need at least one... The reason why I went with Elborn was because I thought that he would give me support of the nobles. Because he is a noble. He's Elborn. And I thought I could get cautious support by the nobles. I thought the whole shtick with Elborn is that the nobles that are undecided would side with him, and thusly with us, and thusly with the rebellion. Ah, here we go. Okay. So I need... to lead the revolt, and I need to punch Sophia in the face so hard that she explodes. Right. Let's keep it going. Oh god, the willpower. I need more willpower. Oh god. Oh, let's keep it going. An enormous sea of humanity flows through Anizote, filling the streets of the Temple District. They are led by Abbot Leonard. The new believers walk peacefully behind him, many of them women and the elderly. They are unharmed. Their faces show neither fear nor anger. They are so drastically unlike the throngs of rebels who are currently ransacking streets and looting noble houses. The procession slowly makes its way towards the temple at the Silver Tree. The temple has always been where the patriarchs of the church accept their sacred duty. You can tell... I'm assuming we're gonna finish the game in this stream, so you can tell me well, actually, you might not even be able to tell me afterwards, because I'm very excited to do another playthrough of this, so... Yeah, don't... Yeah, that would be spoilers. Do not. The temple has always been where the patriarchs of the church accept their sacred duty, along with the heavy burden of the responsibility of their flock before the twin gods. When a patriarch speaks, the twins pay heed, and every 8 years it falls upon the patriarch to proclaim their sight. In their sight, how their world is humbly following the lot it has been given. I do not want to have Patriarch Jene, I can tell you that much. Long after the twins descended to our world, the patriarchs came to be elected at the conclave by the clergy. This tradition has continued for many years. Today, dozens of priests have come to the temple in spite of the unrest to conduct the rite and spare the twins' world from their wrath. But now thousands of commoners are walking to the same temple to elect a new patriarch themselves. You and your followers take a side street to the temple, avoiding the immense procession. Soon, the square by the tree is packed, teeming, overwhelmed, but the stairs to the temple door cannot be reached. A stalwart phalanx of champions of faith blocks the way, with Jene in the lead. See, this is what I expected them to be from the start, but I guess this is what they are now. They are joined by the Inquisitors, those who have decided to walk the path of the old faith until the very end. Disgusting. We will not allow you into the temple, Leonard. These heretics will not make you patriarch. Father Leonard slowly begins to ascend the stairs. He does not argue with Jenny. The abbot simply faces her with a humble smile and gestures at the people standing behind him. Doubt clouds the champions' faces. Leonard's procession is truly staggering, even if they are mere commoners, even if they are unarmed and empty-handed. There are simply too many of them to be stopped by a few dozen old believers. Sister Jenny, look at them. Are they truly heretics, all of them? They are just people, our brothers and sisters in faith. Why would the Inquisition treat us like enemies? We do not reject the twin gods, nay, we seek them with our every thought. You reject the law of the younger when you chose to seek your own lots. No, Jenny, the only thing we reject is Satius' error. This argument has been going on for years, Leonard. I know each and every point you can make. Don't even bother. You will not enter the temple. And all these people, you're just dragging them down to the foot of the pillar along with you. How can you still not understand this after so many years? What do you think you're doing, Leonard? Don't you fear the wrath of the gods? I do not. I do not, Jenny. When I become patriarch, I will tell the twins that we still love and revere them just as we always have, even as we seek a different path to them. The twins will hear us. They will listen. They will understand. There will be no wrath of the gods. The new believers heed Leonard's words. They begin firmly to ascend the stairs to the door of the temple. The champion swords do not deter them. Jenny watches the massive congregation approach her, her eyes filled with remorse. She raises an arm about to give her final order. Champions of the faith, protect the sacred temple, fight to the bitter end. You reach the foot of the stairs as she speaks these words. This is your last chance. This is what it's been building up to. This is... And I walk away. And I walk away. You are staying out of this. The fate of the faith will be decided without... No. No. Oh, yes, baby. Right, I've got two choices here. Save the new believers from bloodshed. Lead the procession to the temple. I need to be the leader, so... Yeah. Leonard will become patriarch. The clergy will support his candidacy. I need eloquence, common folk, and torch of the new faith, so... Lead the procession to the temple. I will lead them. I am the guiding light. I am the strength. Make Father Leonard the patriarch of Magra. I just got that achievement. Does that mean that if I go over to the province... Yep, there he is. There he is. Look at him. He's beautiful. I don't want to look at the other things. The game spoils because it immediately does the numbers when you do the choice. But I want to read and get to there naturally and organically. You step onto the temple stairs and address Jean and the champions of faith. I am addressing you by your real name because I am showing you respect, because respect is deserved here. These people will not turn back now. That cannot happen. The old faith is dead. How blind must one be to not see it? Jean and the warriors of the church have no choice but to accept their fate. Those of the common lot will never decide the fate of the church, no matter how many of them come here today. No, Jean is wrong. She only sees those who are told to suffer by their lot, but they are not the only ones who came here today. You address the crowd. Those who receive the sacrament of the old faith before joining Leonard, may they set foot upon these stairs. May the Inquisition see that the new faith is one of true faith. One by one, dozens of people trickle through the mob to answer your call. You know them all, so does Jean. Priests, abbots of Magron temples, monks, acolytes, preachers, men and women, old and young, walk up the stairs and stand behind you. We are an army of love. Among them, right by your side, are fellow inquisitors of the Order. You have spent the last 8 years guiding them in matters of faith, and now they have decided. Jean stares at them. Jean Grey stares at them, utterly baffled. The champions of faith behind her lower their blades. A stunned silence falls. Leonard turns to face the people. With a faint smile, he stretches an arm forward, and the people begin to move. Halt! Stop! Stop it, you lunatics! My pearls! No! That's her. That is who she is to me. It is very sad. But nobody listens to Jean. She tries to hold people back by the wrists, tries pushing them back from the steps, all in vain. She finally collapses at the door, exhausted. People keep walking past her. Those who do not notice Jean gaze at her with silent compassion. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. This is exactly what I wanted. I didn't want the religious riots, I wanted this. They literally just walk past her non-violently with peace and love in their hearts. I love it. I never saw this. I'm glad I'm introducing you to new facets of this game. This is what happens when you believe that much. Thousands of people gather beneath the majestic vault of the sacred temple. They are coming until there is no space left, and they crowd the stairs, the square, looking inside the open temple door. The stone facets of the twins watch them indifferently from above. Leonard walks up to the altar, kneels. You stand by his side as thousands and thousands watch intently. The gods are here. A profound, familiar silence swallows all sound inside the temple of the silver tree, dimming the light of the candles. Campbell? Of the candles, everything is still. Your own heartbeat is the only sound you hear. At this moment, you are the one who must ask. Did I ever turn on? Yes, I did. At this moment, you are the one who must ask the twins to grant Leonard permission to become the new patriarch. Your words surge through the heavy air. We will let the will of the people be done beneath the watchful eye of the twins. People of Anisote, do you wish for Father Leonard to be our patriarch? Do you wish for him to be our voice before the twins and our mentor in this worldly realm? Did I ever set the... You know what? I'm going to find this out myself. I'm not going to trust what I'm seeing. I'm going to immediately halt what's happening right now, and I'm going to go to twitch.tv/Bowenthius and see what the category is. What is the category? It is the correct category. Good, good. It's just that the OBS programming tells me it's the wrong category, and it is not. Anyway. Let's do this. The answer comes in the form of thousands of voices that seems to shake the very walls of the temple. Yes! Father Leonard closes his eyes and solemnly blesses himself with the sign of the twins. Before the faces of the gods, by the will of the people, I hereby accept the great burden of the patriarch of McGraw. O heavenly lords, givers of life, the young, the defender of the world, judge and counselor, the elder, the spirit of truth and love, filling all with your presence, witness now our new faith, which guides to you with all those you have chosen, yet all those... It guides you, all those who have chosen the new lot in life. The heavy air grows incredibly thick, almost solid. The last echo of Leonard's voice dissolves in this clotted tension. There is silence all around you. The gods are watching. Silence. Leonard closes his eyes. He explodes. No. The feeling passes. The air melts, ready to fill your lungs again. It rings with the echo of imperceptibly quiet footsteps. The twins have accepted the will of the people. A promise is made. The patriarch. Abbott became the new patriarch of McGraw. Hell yeah. The new patriarch emerges from the sacred temple to face the elated thousands who wait outside, with you, his greatest supporter, by his side. Oh, is she really steadfast? Defeated! Inquisitor Jean struggled against the new faith and failed. Yes, she has been defeated! The fall of the old faith. Now, let's see. Okay, so the nobles do support me. The troop is maxed out. The common folk are maxed out. They've been for a while. The nobles finally support me cautiously. Now, the problem is I need to figure out how to stop the rebels from constantly winning. Farewell to... Oh, I love this. Farewell to Jean. I've been waiting for this my whole life and suffering of Sir Brante career. Finally, she gets to properly go away. I've wanted her to go away ever since she was introduced. Jean stumbles away from this... I just don't like her character. She was against progress. She was against evolution. She denied her own feelings. She's just not somebody I respect. And that's okay. She doesn't need my respect to be a good person. But, you know, doesn't hurt. Jean stumbles away from the square and heads toward the base of the silver tree. You follow her, you can guess where she's going. You carefully enter the familiar grotto formed by the gigantic root. Jean is there, on her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ah yes, there where I... Her hands on the bark of the tree as she prays. She does not notice you. Try to take her into custody. Ah, thank you for the follow. I'm bored _1. Welcome to the Scions of Bowenthius. I'm your host, Bowenthius the Bone Wizard. We are having a lovely story right now. Her hands... Yeah, she does not notice you. Try to take her into custody. You cannot allow her to remain at large. Instead of Gianne, I always hear John. Time to take John into custody. You have nothing more to tell her. She did everything she could for the sake of the old faith. What happened is not her fault. She must not lose old faith. No, she must lose the old faith. It is true that you defied your priestly lot and took up arms, but you did it to defend the faith. Congratulate her! You have defended the true faith, so why is she crying? Convert her. Oh, wait, what? Oh, see, now this is my personal error. I let my own biases and my own personal resentment of her get in the way of me being able to recruit her to my cause. Oh, even with Theology 20, I can't pick this option because she hates me. And I cannot convert her. See, this is a really good life lesson. Even if you have your own prejudices against people, choose love so they do not hold resentments against you. Oh, that's a shame. Your avatar made me blush at first. Thank you. I mean, it's a lovely thing. I made it myself. I will take that as a compliment, and I appreciate the sentiment. The only reason you can is because she hates you. Exactly! It's not because I can't do it, I can. And she's been defeated, and I'm the rebel. But she hates me, so she literally won't... she won't allow me. I'm glad I inspire within you old feelings of lost love. I'm bored _1. Anyway. I don't want to take her into custody, but simultaneously, I guess I've let my true feelings about her cloud my relationship with her, and I could have done better by her. You sure are. I'm bored _1. Anyway, it would be rude of me to take her into custody, but simultaneously she is an old dog and her tricks do not seem to get any updates or improvements, so you have nothing more to tell her. I mean, I don't have anything more to tell her, and would be nice and peaceful to just leave her be, but I don't want her to run around stabbing people in the streets due to the religious conflict. You cannot allow her to remain at large. Congratulate her! Man, I wish I could convert her to the new faith, but see, this is my own personal failure. I let my judgment of her cloud our relationship, and she sees in me what I see in her, and the resentment is mutual. So if you hold love for people, their resentments will fade. But if you also resent them, their resentments against you will strengthen. So remember, hold love for all that you encounter in your life, and these things will not happen. See, you are literally barred from doing the right thing because the person you're doing it to does not consent because they don't like you enough. Like, not for any objective reasons, just because they subjectively do not like you. So you go to prison. I'm allowed to be a bastard every once in a while. You take a step forward, the leaves rustle, Jean whirls around like a cornered animal. What do you want from me? You already won, leave me alone! You gaze intently at your former sister in faith. She has been strong and stalwart for as long as you can remember. What about my grandpa? My grandpa, I mean, yeah, he was 100% understandable. He did what he did because he wanted to be a noble by the lot, which is something that this society in this game conditions you and programs you to believe is the best course of action in your life. And it doesn't matter what the price is. To him, the price of beating his own grandson, beating his own grandson to death was a price worth paying. So, like, in his logic, he was completely justified in everything he did. Was it moral? Was it good? No, not in any way, shape, or form, but it's understandable from his perspective. And in that way, I can let go of my resentments towards him. He is dead, and his spirit he's literally turning around in his grave. And Grandpa gave nobles a bad name. Exactly, he was everything wrong with the noble pursuit because he did it out of fear of being a peasant. He did it out of fear and insecurity. He basically did it out of a fear of insecurity. That he wouldn't have riches, he wouldn't have spoils, all that stuff. And he thought that everything he did was justified in the path of not only preventing that insecurity from manifesting, but also to elevate both himself and his whole house. He did it for us. As insane as that sounds, he did everything he did for himself and his family to ensure that we were in the highest state of luxury and security and happiness, but he failed to see the bigger picture, and he was so caught up in his programming that happiness means that you are a noble, and if you are not a noble, you are a peasant, and you are cursed to walk the earth as a... Like, basically, he equated peasantry to unhappiness and nobility to happiness. And that false programming ruined him and our house. And that's okay. I can understand him. I don't necessarily have to forgive him, but it's very good to forgive him, and I forgive him. Anyways, this will not be spoilers because the game tells you this. Converting Jean is your one special action of theology. Yes! Yes, I saw. My other one special action of eloquence was to convince her not to slaughter all of the inquisitors of the new faith in the church before you got here. That was my... I've noticed these things. The eloquence 20 choice was the one that I picked. And I'm very happy with that, but I'm very sad that even with Theology 20, it does not allow me to circumvent the fact that she hates me. Which is good, because it is a very important life lesson, but simultaneously, as a selfish human being, I personally am annoyed by that. And that's okay. Anyway, choose to be the bigger ban. And love. Love is never wrong. Just remember not to hurt anybody or yourself in your pursuit of love. Anyway. You gaze intently at your former sister in faith. She has been strong and stalwart for as long as you can remember, but now you cannot look you cannot look at her without pity. Her cassock is in tatters, her hair is matted, and her face is red and puffy from crying. The silver pendant on the twins lies on the ground beside her, cast away. You are very forgiving. My people are the definition of wrath. Hate must be sought. Hate is the purpose of life. If hate can't be spread, why live? Yeah. Well, hate is a very strong emotion, so naturally it will have many followers. But the thing about hate is it is exemplified perfectly by the phrase, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Hate takes away, hate diminishes, and hate destroys, if not the ones around you through your actions guided by hate, then yourself. Because hate is a poison. The longer you hold it in your heart, regardless. Like I expressed earlier in the stream, my own unfound hatred that I held for the creators of League of Legends because they did some uncharitable and amorally dubious things in the foundation of their company. And that is a hatred that it may have been justified, but it is not justifiable to hold poison in your heart that does nothing but diminish you as a person. Even if your hate is justified, even if you hate the worst perpetrators of the worst war crimes and just crimes in general of this world, people who have caused untold damage to society in world wars and ecological damage and all that, hating them, even if it is justified for all the wrongs they have done to the world at large, does not elevate you. That's the difference between love and hate. Love elevates, hate does not. Hate depreciates. You, the people around you, everything. Be the counterforce to that hate. Hate is born of limitation. Love is born of freedom and acceptance. Choose love. Brought to you by Weird VTuber on Twitch.tv. I felt very righteous and very noble in that moment, so I immediately needed to bring myself down a peg because I still have to run through some... They're on their last legs. I'm getting ready to let go of it entirely, but I still have some echoes and remnants of self-hatred from lives long since past and overcome. We are all works in progress, and we must all cut ourselves some slack and be kind to ourselves because we are the person that we will spend this life with the most. It is hardly surprising. Her world has been shattered today. You tell Jeanne that she has to come with you. The city is being consumed by the flames of the revolt. You cannot allow her to remain at large. Jeanne looks at you silently, the tears drying up on her cheeks. There is no fear in her eyes, only exhaustion and desolation. She sighs deeply and touches the bark of the tree. We came to Anizote together, you and I. I hoped I could bring you back to the faith, save you from heresy. But how did it come to this, Bowen? How could the man I love have betrayed me and the twins themselves? Bowen, no, you don't go on another mouth-long project. I hope, I am not 100% certain, but I hope that those days are behind me because I finally managed to make a rendition of myself that I am actually truly happy with. Much like a well-tooled bionicle mock, I feel like I am finally satisfied, so unless I figure out a really neat and nifty way to make shoulder pads that do not limit my range of movement, then this is the definitive Bowenthius look for the time being. And also, it takes a very long time for me to make these models, and I need to instead dedicate that time to improving my personal freelance career and living conditions, so, you know. But it was still a lovely exercise in self-love, spending months and months of hard work and toil to make, from my perspective, the perfectest, good enoughest avatar I could possibly muster for myself. And it is important to practice self-love. Go too overboard and you become a narcissist, so it's important to maintain a balance. How did it come to this? John's voice is shaking. Tears of rage appear on the corners of her eyes. She wipes them away. The twins have spoken, you reply, there at the temple. Did she not see it along with everyone else? Even they recognize the new faith. Why must Jean be so stubborn? See, if I could convert her, she wouldn't be so stubborn, but she's stubborn because this is emotionally relevant to her specifically. That's the whole point of stubbornness. It is an expression of the resistance against the things that are happening around you because they're happening to you specifically. How dare they try to convince me of the new faith? Don't they know who I am? I am an old faith. In everything good, there is bad. In everything bad, there is good. Yes, that is the principle of yin-yang and so on and so forth. It is true. Within the storm of bad, there is the eye of good and vice versa. It is true. Everything good for its sin, and so on and so forth. Yes, I saw it. Even they have betrayed me. With a swift motion, she unbuckles the ceremonial blade from her waist and hands it to you.
At least do this for me, Bowen.
What?
Deliver your verdict, Inquisitor. Sentence me to true death. Send me to the foot of the pillar.
Man, she is... I love to hate her, but... she was such a strong character, and I'm really sad that it took me this long to see it for myself. What is she saying? Yes, what Jean did was wrong, but she did it in zealous service to her lot. The twins will lift her up in the peak of the pillar. I am the old faith, Walter Priest White.
Jesse, it's time to pray. I don't think so, Bowen. But let them decide for themselves.
You're not doing this. Never! She shrugs at your refusal.
So even a new believer is better at following his priestly lot than me. Very well. Step back.
She kneels. She hesitates for a moment, then undoes her kerchief and bows deeply. Her blonde hair falls to her shoulders.
O younger judge, O younger the judge and the shield, your humble servant Jeanne has violated her lot. May you meet her upon the threshold of hereafter. In your name I hereby find myself guilty and sentence myself to true death. I await your judgment.
Suicide is... there is no respect for it. You take a step closer to her, and the ground beneath you begins to shake. You fall flat on your back. The earth quakes again and again and again, as though kegs of gunpowder exploding far below the surface. As the ground rumbles, you hear Jean scream. The earth beneath her feet yawns open. The Inquisitor drops her sword and falls. You try to get up, but cannot. Did the tree just eat her? Did she actually just get eaten? You try and get up, but cannot. All you can do is watch Jeanne's body disappear. Jean-Claude Van Damme's body disappear beneath an avalanche of shaking soil. The groan of the silver tree drowns out her scream. Oh, okay, I was not expecting that. I thought they... I guess the silver tree has a will of its own, and it did not like her doing this. Huh. Soon, the shuddering stops. You dash to the place where she used to be. You try to dig up the dirt with all your hands. She could still be alive, but you find nothing but massive roots. Inquisitor Jean has met her true death. Wow. Out of all the ways she was gonna go, I was not expecting the tree to literally open up and swallow her. That is... wow. I mean... that wasn't vague. I wanted to take her into custody, and she tried killing herself. I'm not gonna take her by force. And then the tree decided to be the mediator. If I let her be, I probably would have never learned her story, and the tree would have swallowed her up anyway. But still, fascinating. It's not so much about the outcome, it's more about the conscious choice that you made. I guess I made the conscious choice... I made the choice where I feared that she was going to be a menace and wanted to incarcerate her, and the tree picked up on that energy and instead ate her. Problem solved. You walk back to the square sometime later. Cries of joy welcome you outside the tree. All you can do is manage an exhausted nod. There is no time to celebrate this victory. You hear shouting. Rumor has it that the people of Anizote are moving to the Empire Square. Sophia, leader of the revolt. Ah, here we go. The final... I need to kill her. I need to kill her. Oh, I meant you choose to take her into custody and then she dies. No, I know what you... I know you mean... yes. It is vague. I understand what you mean. It's vague in the sense that I wanted to take her into custody, and instead of my choice becoming a reality where she goes into custody and she rots away in prison, the tree randomly, vaguely just eats her up. I understand you. And from that perspective, yes, they're vague, but if you look at it from the perspective of... it's not the choices that you make, more so the intent behind them. What is the intent of wanting to put her behind bars? The intent is to keep her from interacting with people. Why are you scared of her interacting with people? Why do you fear that? Because she's old faith and she's very stubborn and she might do more harm than good. I fear and don't trust her and fear what she's capable of. And that is the intent behind the choice. And the tree, responding to that fear, ate her. And now my fear is gone, because she is as well. She is now nutrients for God. So looking at it from that way, that choice was not vague at all. It was very concise. I wanted to let her rot away and die, but the moral thing was to just murder her there, and then. And I shouldn't have done it, she shouldn't have done it, so the tree did it. I didn't know the tree was tight like that. And now I can blame the tree. I didn't kill her, the tree did. So what if I made the conscious choice to try to incarcerate her? Anyway. Right, I have to be there. Time to fight Sophia. And true death, yep. The earth beneath the roots of the silver tree swallowed her whole. I was not expecting that, but I high-fived the tree regardless. Thank you for having the bravery to do the thing I did not. My morals wouldn't have allowed it. Alright. It is evening and everything is on fire. Just the way I like a Sunday. The sun is setting, the blood-red sky. Oh my goodness. You know, that is a beautiful shade of art. Beautiful. The sun is setting, the blood-red sky quavers in the hot smoke from the fires raging throughout the city. You cannot help but recall a passage from the livers... From the livers? You cannot help but recall a passage written on the liver from the lives of the twins. On one of the many pages Mother used to quote when you were a child. And the elder said, Lo, I have cast the flame onto the world, and I shall guard it until it begins to blaze. Could this passage be referring to today? You lead your followers to the Empire Square. You walk around the rubble, past abandoned carriages and unfinished barricades. Sometimes you can almost forget the book doesn't have coloring. It does have coloring. It has yellowed pages from use and age. There have clearly been clashes here recently. The dust of the departed is still rising into the sky. The thousands fill the square before the Chancellery. Well over half the commoners of Anizote. The Chancellery has been under rebel control since noon. Or the fact that the game is just a book. That is also valid. Chancellery has been under rebel control since noon. All Imperial officials have either fled or are torn apart by the mob. Scraps of rumors and gossip reach your ears as you move closer. Did you hear what happened at the Great Tree? It's the Inquisitors. They just started slaughtering folks. They grabbed them swords out theirs and... Sorry, let me try that again. It's them Inquisitors. They just started slaughtering folks. They just grabbed them old swords of theirs and started killing unarmed people. Ew! Lenar's procession made it to the temple. There was a sign from the twins. Oh, lies! The twins got angry and destroyed them all under the tree. The temple's gone. I tell us, you're gone for good. The crowd is on edge. Any dispute could explode into a brawl. A voice from the Chancellery stairs calls for another people's court. The mob turns as one. Several last straw rebels. Oh God, who the hell is that? Several last straw rebels drag a handful of well-dressed nobles out of their steps and force them onto their knees. The leader of the executioners is a preacher with a mane of unkempt hair and the wild eyes of a lunatic. Father Ford. Who the hell is this? A rambling old preacher who joined the last straw as an insurgent. The younger, he speaks through us, he does. He gave us the power of his law, the power to punish our enemies, to execute them. Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy of the twins themselves. Oh boy. Well, time to have the tree eat this guy too. People, it is time to judge these enemies of the simple folk. What is your sentence? The mob roars so loudly. Oh God, he's another character that is the exact same thing that spawns out of inciting religious riots. Death, true death. Right. Time to quell the masses and put the rebels down a bit. We need to put it down a bit. We need to keep it back a notch. Last straw rebels ready their guns. One of the captive gets to his feet and speaks out defiantly. Oh, hey, look, it's Friedrich.
You dare call this pathetic freak show a people's court? You don't have the power, you never have, and you never will. You think you can wield the law of the twins? Bah! We'll come back and we'll make you pay.
The aged nobleman's last words are drowned out by thunderous volley of gunfire. One by one, the nobles collapse, their bodies pierced by bullets. They remain where they fall. The mob gasps in amazement. There can be no doubt the people's court has the power to mete out true death at will. Yes, of course, old nobles with 0 lives left,
This is what will happen to anyone who dares oppose us. All hail the revolt, all hail our leader, all hail Sophia.
Well, time to put these guys down.
Sophia's gonna lead us. She's gonna fend off the Legion. She's going to bring justice, first to Anizote, then to the whole Empire. She's gonna tear down the old ways and wipe all them tyrants and nobles out from the face of the world.
The mob explodes into an ecstatic chant. They shout one word over another, over and over again. Sophia! Sophia! The enormous throng bellows wildly, eager to see the face of their leader. Unite the rebels around? No. You stay away from the mob and watch events unfold without... No! Ah! God damn it! I needed to kill her! Overthrow... What? Oh my god, it's oh, for fuck's sake. Oh... You challenge Sophia's rule. I can't do it because the revolt is too high. Hello, Corblund. Welcome in. Oh, I was riding the high of this game for so long and now it all comes crashing down. I can't make the choice that I ultimately wanted to make because I was too good at revolting. The revolt is at 9 and it needs to be at an 8. Oh... I can't believe I had to stay away from Elborn. Should have let the man burn. Can't believe that. Oh, well. Just don't get involved. Oh, well, yep. I don't have any other choice. I don't want to unite the rebels around Sophia. No. Hell no. You should be the one to lead the... I should, but why is she leading the revolt? Why did she randomly just... She's leading the revolt? Thanks to you, Sophia will never heed the mob's call. There will be no one to lead the people. Overthrow her. I wish I could overthrow her. I have... See this... One thing. One thing. Well, let's see what happens. Do not get involved. You keep your men away from the crowd and observe the situation. This matter will be decided without my interference. The door of the chancery swings open. Sophia emerges before the thousands of people gathered in the square. Her silhouette seems to blaze in the light of the setting sun. She raises a clenched fist in the air, demanding silence. The enormous crowd instantly ceases its murmuring. Yup, balance, and I didn't have balance. Oops. The voice of the leader of the revolt rings with a frigid fury, but to be fair, this is hardcore mode, so it's even harder for me to suss out which thing will give me what. Like, for example, I expected the fact that we established the new faith, which is, from my perspective, the whole point of this rebellion, that it would give me points in the rebellion, that the rebels would be winning because we dismantled the champions of faith in the Inquisition. But it didn't. And the thing that I didn't expect to give me curry with the rebels was the thing with Elborn. I thought it was going to get nobles. But instead I got curry. I got 2 points in the rebels winning with the Elborn situation when I wasn't expecting even 1. So, very important to have a firm perspective on things. Mine was not. People of Anizote, today is not only the day we took up arms and cast off our shackles. Today is the first day of a new era. We will begin by taking back our city. We will eliminate anyone who dares to stand in our way. Then we will declare war against the old regime, stand against the Empire. Oh, God. No mercy. Well, my only choice was to not support this or support this, so... Upon hearing these words, even the most frantic rebels fall silent. Good. A frightened murmur ripples through the crowd. Is Sophia asking them to take up the entire world? I mean, she's full of anger and hatred, so yes. Sophia... Oh, yep, there we go. She's using her magic powers. Sophia lifts her hands high. Her eyes gleam with a yellow light. The mob involuntarily grows quiet and watches its leader, rapt with attention. Sophia's golden glow is reflected in thousands of eyes. She's literally... Oh god, she's taking control. That's right, war! No mercy, nobles, defenders of the old faith, the tyrants of the old regime. They will all be executed by the people's court, every single enemy of... Oh god, she's just as crazy as the preacher. Arm yourselves, find and execute our enemies before the legion reaches the city, and then when the bell tolls, go to the walls. We will unite the entire city and take our freedom by force. The peoples echo Sophia's cry. Artisans, merchants, peasants from the outskirts. They all take up arms and join the ranks of the last straw. The crowd storms the streets, ready to unleash its wrath. Oh, yeah, there goes the bloodbath. I couldn't stop her. I failed. For all of the things that I did... I ignored the person gathering power beneath the shadows, and it blew up in my face. Bah! You lead your supporters out of the square. The time for the last battle has come. The watchmen inform you that the Legion is only a few hours away. They are... Oh god. Will the outcome of the revolt be decided in combat, or is there a peaceful solution? Please tell me there's a peaceful solution! I have willpower. Can I get some peaceful solutions up in here? Can I please fix this? Surely I can fix this. Let me fix this. The final hour, event the consequence of your actions. It is mere moments from midnight. The glow of the shining pillar is barely visible behind the crimson clouds coming in from the north. Crimson clouds. Ah, it does say crimson clouds. But the darkness hanging above the city is dissipated by countless lights, crowds of people holding torches, stakes burning in the squares, houses in flames. The glow of the fires can also be seen from beyond the city walls. I think you're in too deep to be peaceful. That story of my life. Story of my life. The Legion marches down the road, inexorably appalling, approaching the gate of a city in the throes of rebellion. The final battle draws near. All the forces that have chosen to defy the Overseer and the Empire flock to the city gate, where you have set up your base. The soldiers of the last straw assemble commoners into squads and hastily arm them. Other rebels led by nobles of the Mantle and former members of the Legion who have joined the revolt. The priests who have sided with you will spread the word of the twins from the city walls, attempting to convince the Legion soldiers to retreat and allow the people of Anizote to be free of lots. Preparations are also in full swing at the camp of the defenders of the Old Order, who have established a foothold in the ruins of Shar Milonidas' palace. Soon their fate will be decided. They will crush the revolt with the aid of the Legion, or be crushed themselves by the new era. There is almost no time left, just enough for the last attempt to tip the scales in your favor. Oh, thank God I have one last shot! Will you spend the final hours appealing to one of the allies for help, or will it be wiser to wait and muster your forces for the final battle? Win over the no. Convert as many citizens, muster your forces. Your preparations, all you need to do is now save your strength for the moment of truth. Gather the soldiers of the last straw. See now, okay. I mean, obviously I'm gonna do Lennart. Yeah. The prefect will help you win over the nobles. Well, it's not about that, it's... I need to take points away. The rebels. The revolt is too revolting. The general strength of the revolt. Forces gathered by the rebels, solidarity among them, support for the rebellion among the townspeople. Outcome of the struggle for Anisote will depend... Yeah, priests. Will you attempt to defend the Legion and the Overseer's army and defeat them or persuade them to retreat? Gain rebel... Yeah, see, that's the thing. Win over the nobles who have yet to choose a side. Wouldn't that mean that that's more rebel points? Like, so my logic is the choosing Elborn and saving Elborn gave me rebel points, which was my big mistake. And if I choose Elborn again, that's even more rebel points, and I don't need that. So, you ask to give a sermon and convert as many citizens as possible to the new faith. I think this is the only logical choice that I can make. My fate is sealed. I had a test, and the one question that crumbled my whole Jenga tower. I've been assembling this Jenga tower for 2 months, and it all crumbled at the end. But that's what happens, and it feels unfair, and it feels horrible, but at the same time, it's okay. This is life. These things happen, and you can try again, and you can learn from this failure of a playthrough. And by failure, I mean I couldn't choose the overthrow Sophia action. That was my goal. Win the game peaceful style was my goal, and I failed to do that. I couldn't do it. I have everything except leading the revolt, and I could have won were it for that. Jenga always gets unstable and crumbles at the end. It does indeed, and this is no different. I did everything correctly except one thing, and because I didn't do that one thing, everything else falls apart. And that's life. And this is a lesson for the next time I try. Honestly, I kind of just want to redo my priest playthrough, but fix Jeanne so she doesn't get eaten by a tree, and overthrow Sophia. Still a good... Oh yeah, this is a phenomenal experience in interactive video game storytelling. Despite the fact that I couldn't do what I wanted, it's still a brilliant story that has so many branching paths and narrative hooks and so on. It's beautiful. So let's continue to see that beauty and see what happens. Let's ask Lennart for help. Lennart, I poopied my pants again. Help. In order to crush the Legion, you will have to win over more commoners and clergymen. At this point, the word of the twins is the only thing still capable of influencing those with lingering thoughts. You take a small squad and immediately set out to the temple of the Silver Tree. Okay, so the name of the game was stay away from all of the conflicts and instead have everything be decided at the end by the Patriarch. Cool! Noted for the next playthrough. The square in front of the temple is packed with people. It has become filled with tents and crude barracks. In a matter of hours, Patriarch Lennart and his flock are helping the wounded, sharing food and shelter with the commoners. I think what I'm going to do after I finish this playthrough is take a break from the game and then try to redo my Holier Than Thou playthrough. I think that's the course of action it'll do as a streamer, because I love this game, but I'd like to do something else. So I'm going to take a break and do other activities, and then I'll come back to the life and suffering of Sir Brant and do my playthrough that I want to do proper, with the hindsight that I'm gaining right now. You may call that metagaming. I called it... I call it having fun. It is kind of cheating in a way, isn't it? But still, this playthrough was done fair and square, and I choose what happens with the next one. Anyway, we'll see if for the next playthrough I learn my lessons from this one. Patriarch Lennart and his flock are helping the wounded, sharing food and shelter with the commoners. The newly elected Patriarch is so exhausted he can barely stand, but he still finds enough strength to offer you a friendly greeting. Brother Bowen, I am so glad to see you escape the carnage. How can I be of help? You get right to the point. Although Lennart was elected Patriarch in the sight of the twins themselves, there are still many old believers among the people of Anizote. This is his last chance to win them over. He must not squander it. You are quite right, brother. I must speak to them. Let your people bring those who hesitate hither beneath the silver tree. I will promise my guardianship and the protection of the twins themselves. I love how it still says Father Lennart, even though he's now Patriarch Lennart. To all who come to the temple to accept the new faith, you order your people to spread the word of the Patriarch's promise. The communion ceremony will be held by the silver tree tonight. Hopefully we can diffuse the hatred caused by the last straw with our peace and love. If not, it is an important lesson in what we lack and what we can gain in the next one. Despite all the disputes and the fighting in the streets, many commoners and priests still gather for the sermon. The shining pillar glimmers above the square, and leaves the silver tree suddenly rustle so loudly they drown out the drumbeat of the oncoming legion. See, here's the fun thing about perspective, is I see it as a failure because I couldn't overthrow Sophia's regime of horror and terror and hatred, but this, for Patriarch Lennart, has been nothing but dubs ever since he met me. He is managed, besides that religious riot that I oopsied that one time, everything else has been going exactly by his needs and desires. He inspired people in the new faith, he became patriarch, he's now the leader of the faith. So... The leaves of the silver tree suddenly rustle so loudly they drown out the drumbeat of the oncoming legion. Lennart addresses the crowd gathered before him. Even on a night as troubled as this, his resonant voice still instills hope in those who hear it. My brother, the one thing that I will say as a criticism is that it feels like kind of a cop-out that I spent my whole time becoming a prophet and an eloquent speaker of godlike proportions, only for those choices to be used exclusively to heal Jenny's girl troubles. I'm going to reserve that criticism until the game is over, because I still hope that my incredible stats can still be used for something, but if that's the case, all of this, and it amounted to me consoling Jenny at one time. I mean, the first one with the eloquence was good, but the second one with the theology. But then again, those are pretty big choices. My problem is that I feel betrayed, because it doesn't feel like those were as impactful as prophet. I mean, come on, prophet. I thought it was gonna become God or something. I guess that's where my expectations failed me. And it's bad to have expectations. Don't have any, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Expectations, like hatred, are poison. Anyway. My brothers and sisters in faith, I, the first patriarch of McGraw, chosen by the people, have glad tidings for you. Hello, Salvin. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. I think I'm just about to wrap up this game, and you're just in time to witness the dramatic and climactic finale of it. The lots are no more. You're all free to choose your own path in this worldly life. An excited murmur ripples throughout the crowd. But what if you're wrong, Leonard? What if we disobey the will of the twins and get into the foot of the pillar to endure the torment? Huh? What happens then, Leonard? Oh, great. Maybe a good finale. I hope so. I understand. Oh, no. My connection, well... I'm dropping frames! What is going on? Be a pessimist. If something bad happens, you will be correct. If something good happens, you'll be pleasantly surprised. The connection, what happened to it? Alright, gotta go. Enjoy my time on stream. Remember to hydrate, take your vitamins, and consume all the calcium. It will be done. Thank you for being here, Park. Take care, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your Bowens Day. Farewell. Hydration. Beautiful hydration. I don't know why I dropped 7,296 frames there, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. All good now. I think my router was actually overheating. I don't feel it, but that's my leading theory. Anyway, we are back. Hydration. Done so in the name of Lector. Allow me to pour myself some pour. In the name of Park, who just left. Cheers for the hydration. Keep... Hands. Hands, they do very magical spinny things, but we are here. All's well, everybody, all's well. I understand your fears, but they are nothing before the great will of the twins, and today their will has acknowledged the new faith. Upon hearing this, an odd hush falls over the crowd. Both common commoners and the clergymen kneel obediently to accept the new faith. No, my brethren, stand! You have knelt long enough. Neither the sword nor the lash will ever touch you again. Only the word of the twins will guide you to the peak of the pillar. As you hear their word, stall as equals, accept their blessing. Dumbfounded, not quite believing their ears, the people rise to their feet. I'll let our patriarch McGraw, by the will of the people and the twins, hereby accept you into the bosom of our new church. From this day forth, your lot is the one you choose for yourselves. Your destiny is your own. Fight for it, and you shall be victorious. The temple square shakes with shouts of joy. Even the silver tree itself seems to echo these cried, its roots and branches quivering. I hope it... Oh, okay, what's happening here? I'm the indisputable... Oh, and the bloodbath is still on... Okay. Oh, the bloodbath is still bloodbathing. I am the indisputable leader of the common folk and the clergy, but the bloodbath shall remain. Equal rights and lefts. Midnight strike. You can hear the menacing tread of the Legion outside the city walls. Can I get a last chance to fix this? You order your troops to assemble and prepare to defend the wall. Well, I'm prepared for anything, alright, except the ending of this game. Alright. Event as a consequence of your previous action, the battle for Anizote. Sophia is the leader with the revolt over 6. Oops! The dark void beyond the walls of Anizote is lit by hundreds of lights. Heavy boots tread the soil, armor clanks, halberds gleam, drums beat a lively march. Lit by the glow of the torches, the Magron Legion approaches the city walls. Gaius Tempest himself is going to be executed. The man is going to die. Okay. Leads the Legion. It is the Overseer's duty to crush the revolt this very night and pacify the city before news of the incident spreads throughout the Empire. This poor man is... Oof. If the Overseer's hesitation allows the revolt to last even a few days, it could jeopardize not only his position, but even the fate of the entire province. We are going to destroy everything. I hope my family survives. Oh boy. Before ordering an assault, the Overseer sent a message to the city. My subjects, lay down your arms this instant and open the gate. I know that you have been deceived by the insurgency. You have my word as an Arcanian ruler that I will spare anyone who aids the Legion and turns over the leaders of the revolt. Should you disobey this order from your lawful ruler, none of you will escape disgrace, execution, and eternal torment at the foot of the pillar that is also shining. But the Overseer's threat only further enraged the rebels, an entire city rebelling against Imperial rule. Nothing like this has happened for generations. I like this guy. I like the cut of his jib. Not even the experts in ancient history could have imagined what is happening in the streets of Anizote in this moment. The decisions you made today have led the entire city to rise up against Imperial rule. Yes, me, single-handedly. By nightfall, everyone who has ever suffered from noble tyranny has taken to the streets in support of the last straw. Even those who began the day cowering in terror from the Overseer's wrath have now emerged from their homes and joined your cause. The commoners' fears have been eclipsed by their rage. Their march through the city in droves, ready to dispense their own justice. By sunset, even the most loyal defenders of the Empire have come to realize that all hope is lost. Loyalists have amassed considerable forces at Shar Milanitis' palace, but they are too late. Hordes of furious commoners storm their camp, crushing any resistance. Exhausted and demoralized by the futile fight, many defenders of the old order flee mob justice or surrender and accept their death with dignity. I just realized that with the hatred that I held for Gregor Brandt, it all started with him. And this, even though I tried to steer away from it because I personally let go of my own hatred, the greater machinations of resentment by the commoners towards the noble lot are exemplified here perfectly. I could defeat my own demons, but I could not effectively communicate that so that others could as well, and we have this. I may have chosen love, but I could not convince these people to choose it as well, and they have chosen anger. They have chosen to rage, and that is my failing. I could not conquer within others what I conquered within myself. I failed to inspire them to not be bloodthirsty barbarians. Oopsie daisies. That should have been a wake-up call, but then again, oh well. The moans of those trampled by the incest throng can be heard throughout the camp. Abandoned Imperial banners are hurled into the fire. Make way! God. Sophia grows silent and parts before... the crowd grows silent and parts before Sophia. Leader of the revolt is disheveled, her clothes stained with blood, but a predatory smile lingers on her face. Here, amidst the fire and madness, she has finally found her place in the world. Can I need to kill her. Just look at your former masters now. Pathetic, aren't they? They thought they could put us in chains again, but they dropped their swords at the first sight of us. They lied to you for centuries, telling you it was your lot to suffer and break your back for them, but look who's suffering now. It is the life and suffering of the nobles! Of the sirs! Say that again, Spider-Man. I give you my word, tonight we're gonna execute anyone who isn't on our side, every single one of them, and then we'll feast among the ruins of an old world. That is crazy talk, Sophia. You need to be reined in. I'm sorry I failed to rein you in. The crowd roars, shaking their weapons in the air. Now the only thing standing between us and freedom is the Legion, but we'll take down the Overseer's troops just like we took down the Emperor's lackeys here in Anizote. But first, we need to get rid of the rest of the enemies and traitors in this camp. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this how I die? Her merciless gaze stops at you. Brant! The time has come. Oh, okay. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. Sick. I can. You refuse to destroy your own city. In despair, you appeal to the crowd, asking them to renounce Sophia and stop the carnage. Stop the... Oh, yes! Ha-ha! We have engaged... Yes! They've given me my last chance! Anizote is about to drown in bloodshed and chaos. You will put an end to this madness, and even if you have to betray the revolt and perish. Oh, here it is. Here it is, the final moments. I cannot accept death. You refuse to destroy your own city. In despair, you appeal to the crowd, asking them to renounce Sophia and stop the carnage. There can be no mercy for the enemies of the revolt. You will be responsible for dispensing vigilante No, I need to stop the slaughter. I will stop the slaughter! Our final hurrah! It is all led to this. Anizote is about to drown in bloodshed and chaos. You will put an end to this madness, even if you have to betray the revolt and perish. This is the final decree that I make in my life, in the life and suffering of Sir Brant. I am the end... I take responsibility for this. I caused this, so if I need to die for this to be resolved, and that is a sacrifice I'm more than willing to make. Stop the slaughter! Cease! I need all the willpower. All my stats. Everything. Everyone, raise your arms. Gather the energy. And we need to gather the energy for the spirit bomb to stop Frieza Sophia. As if oblivious to Sophia's order, you look around. You look around you, paralyzed. Fires have blanketed Anizote in acrid smoke. The noble districts are in flames, just as is the chancellery. The temples of the old faith are ablaze. The priests who refuse to join the rebels are burned alive within. The bodies of those executed by firing squad lay in heaps by the walls. The cobblestones are littered with the corpses of those burned, hurled from the windows of their own homes. What has become of your city? You turn your head slowly and meet Sophia's gaze again. She seems to sense your uncertainty.
What's the matter, Bowen? Feel sorry for 'em? The people who have been torturing simple folk like us for centuries? This ain't no time for hesitation.
I guess I'd better handle the executions myself. The soldiers of the last straw dash through the wrecked camp and drag the survivors to the spot. High-ranking nobles, inquisitors, commoners from the enemy militia, they're all thrown to the ground at Sophia's feet.
And you, take some men and get back to the walls. The Legion is about to attack.
You nod silently and gather your troops. But you have already made a different decision. You only take men you know to be loyal to you personally. You are certain that most of them will obey you rather than the mad Sophia. Haha, yes! It's true, look at the boys, we're assembling the gang. Please, people, you listen to me, do not listen to the mad woman. You lead your trusted warriors away from the camp. While marching down an empty street, you suddenly stop your squad and address them. You tell them they are not going to follow Sophia's orders. Is this what they are fighting for? Fire, blood, and murder? No, I say. Nay, I say. They have overthrown the nobles who rule over them, but who are they? Who have they chosen to replace them? Sophia will only lead them to endless bloodshed and suffering. It is a road to nowhere. You do not deny that you are among those responsible for leading the revolt to this madness, but you are wrong. Your voice drowns out the gunshots that echo over and over again from the ruined camp. Your soldiers listen to you in confusion. Many of them grip their weapons. Casting away all fear, you continue. The purpose of this revolt was not to revel in revenge and destruction. For the first time in history, we are in a position to lay the foundation for a new world. We can bring justice to everyone, establish equality among the estates, and free ourselves from the lots. But instead, we have only helped Sophia start a fire that will soon consume the entire city. Furrowing their brows, your soldiers agree. This is not a revolution. This is not the revolution they were fighting for. But what are they to do? The streets are teeming with raging crowds mad with bloodlust. The entire city is on fire. I can fix it. Flex tape. You remember your plan. The overseer Gaius Tempest has proclaimed that he will spare the people of Anizote if they open the gate. This is what you will do, even if some will call you traitors. You will return Anizote to its previous masters, better than seeing it razed to the ground. You will save your city, even if it means your true death. Yes. Your troops grimly clench their weapons. They will follow you to the end. Meanwhile, you can hear the din of battle from the walls. Siege ladders fly up against the ramparts. The ground shakes with the heavy tread of the Legion's iron boots. You must hurry. Head toward the gate. When you reach the rebel camp by the gate, there is already a battle raging on the walls. The Legion soldiers climb siege ladders beneath a hail of bullets, rocks, and arrows. Once they finally clamber to the top, they are met by the blades of bloodthirsty insurgents. The rebels fend off wave after another in desperate melee. All over the walls, the bodies of slain Imperial soldiers shimmer into oblivion as they fall. The rebels defending the gate from the rear cry out joyously upon seeing you. It's Brante and his men, finally! Get to the walls, they're having a rough time up there. Once your entire squad is behind the fortified barrier, you suddenly order them to attack. Gunshots blare. Steel clanks against steel. You surprise the guards at the gate with a stab in the back, quickly disposing of them. But some manage to escape over the barricade. They yell desperately, "Treason! Brante's betrayed us!" You haven't a moment to lose. You lead your men to the gate. Your voice hoarse, you order them to defend the perimeter and open the gate. The gate begins to swing open with a groan. Having just caught word of your betrayal, the rebels rush down from the walls. A bloody battle ensues. You have to hold out until the Legion comes through the gate. Your soldiers fight with their last ounce of strength, but the rebels massively outnumber you. One after another, your men fall to the ground. You will not be able to hold out much longer. Traitors! Take them alive! Close the gate before it's too late. Your former neighbor. Sophia is waging a struggle against the Empire's orders. She is the leader of the secret society. Your former neighbor. Ugh. I hate that she has overpowered, mental control abilities. The elite last straw fighters hasten to join the battles. They are led by Sophia herself, her eyes ablaze in furious yellow flame. She is literally madness. She is the madness of Elden Ring. She is the antithesis to the twin gods and their twin tails. A volley of gunfire rings out, entire rows of soldiers fall. Your forces are barely able to stay in formation. But you have led those men here, and you will lead them until the end. You hold your ground with a battle cry, "For Anisote! Fight to the death!" I imagine this entire time Sir Bowenthius Brante had an Italian accent, you're right. It only comes out when he's really stressed. At last, the gate is open. On the other side, you see fluttering banners of the approaching legion. The shining pillar gleams in the heavens. The first legion battalions are marching through. You did it! Onward then! Victory is at hand! You hear a furious shriek. You are blinded by a golden light. The flash seems to rupture your skull from the inside. A strange voice commands you. Come! You are no longer in control of your own body. Unable to resist, you heed the call. It leads you right into Sophia's clutches. The battle is raging around you. Amidst the scurrying shadows and gunpowder smoke, you discern the glowing golden eyes that you have known since you were a boy.
I hate you.
But she has sympathy for me. Gunshot, a sharp pain pierces your thigh. Powerless, you fall to your knees.
We got Brante! Death to the traitor! Execute him! Hurry!
Strong arms grab you. You are surrounded by a horde of... Oh, it's my haircut. Oh, God. By a horde of furious, blood-spattered last straw fighters.
You're finished, Brante! Execute him! Kill the traitorous scum! Quick, put him to trial!
A group of rebels drag you behind a barricade. At Sophia's orders, you are forced to your knees. Her face is contorted by hatred and pain.
How could you, Bowen? How could you hand the city over to the enemy? Did you really think you could free the people without getting your hands dirty, you coward?
You just didn't have the guts to see this through to the end. No, I didn't have... I had too many guts. That was my problem. I was supposed to be the balance and you were the excess, and I could not defeat you, and that was my own personal failing. The other rebels urge Sophia to hurry. She glances around. The defenders on the walls are scattering around you, dropping their weapons. The Legion has entered the city and is taking the last of the barricades. The revolt is doomed. The entire squads of rebels are surrendering to the Legion.
Nobody will move till we deal with the traitor.
The gunmen quickly raise their muskets.
People of Anisote, Bowen Brante is a traitor. He delivered you into the enemy hands. What is your verdict?
True death. Well, I mean, I'm on last life, so. Breaking through the dark, heavy clouds, the soft gleam of the shining pillar envelops you. The ground shudders. Yes, God! Thank you! Save me! The ground shudders beneath the heavy footsteps of the Legion as they restore law and order. You look back at the years gone by, all the difficult decisions you had to make, all the actions that helped you take your place in history. You don't hope for glory after death. You will still be seen as a rebel who cowardly betrayed his side. The Brante name will remain stained forever. But now, at your last breath, you know the truth. You have saved your city and perhaps the entire empire from mindless slaughter. Your destiny has been fulfilled. I mean, ultimately, my destiny was to instill the new faith. So, I did it? That was what I wanted to do. Living through it was a luxury that I failed to afford. But ultimately, a gunshot. Ugh. And that is the life and suffering of Sir Brante. Oh, -8. Old. Ew. Oh no. Oh no. And so it was. You head toward a blinding light. Well, I stopped the reign of terror. Unfortunately, that means that I destroyed my new faith. Fudge. Well, the rebels were destroyed. Well, at least it wasn't a bloodbath. I get why that happened. Yes, I did. There goes all my willpower. -20. I'm still ready for action. See the revolt quelled by force. The revolt has been defeated. Huh. The revolt is suppressed by fire and sword. Anisote is back in the rule of the empire. Well, I wanted to win, but not the way that Sophia wanted, so this is better than Sophia winning, I suppose. Ugh. Experience true death and leave the realm of mortals forever. Your earthly life is over. You leave the world forever and face The judgment of the twins. Now I'm very curious if the twins will actually judge me. Please judge me. Give me your opinions. And that's the game.
The revolt was crushed. And it was I who restored order in Enizote. Mine was a victory for all of the Empire.
Not what I wanted, but hey. Oh. Cool, I guess. Outcome of the revolt. With your assistance, the Imperial Loyalists crushed the rebellion in a single night. After swiftly quelling the unrest in Anizote, Overseer Gaius Tempest restored order within the city's walls. With an iron fist, the insurgents refused to submit to the Legion and paid in blood for their defiance. All of the leaders of the revolt met their final deaths at the end of a noose. Many rank-and-file rebels also faced justice. They were arrested for carrying firearms, exposed by their neighbors, or driven to the authorities by their guilty consciences and blood on their hands. Better than a bloodbath. I suppose. I fucked up in doing the good rebel ending, so this is the band-aid. I failed to incite change, and we are back to stagnation. Victory, but at what cost? Thank you for the redeem. I do have that. It is true. I do have a victory redeem. Thank you for using those. The city quickly ran out of space for execution. The gallows in the main square spilled onto nearby streets. The rebels' corpses were left swinging in the wind for a long time as a grim warning to all the people of Magraw. After a swift victory, Gaius Tempest's authority grew stronger. His subjects had been pacified, and no one else had the nerve to lead an armed insurgency against his lawful rule. Once the rebellion was silenced, Magraw finally entered an age of peace and calm. Well, at least we have that. And my family's safe, so hey, fuck it. Good enough. Victory. In some ways. And yet the Overseer learned much from the lessons of the Anizote revolt. He saw what can happen when a ruler shows weakness and makes concessions to the lowly estate. From that point on, Gaius Tempest sought to preserve order and curtail all unrest at any cost. In time, the rest of the Empire came to the same conclusion. The order established by the twins must remain unchanged, and the entire Empire must abide by it in order to prevent more disturbances and provide peace and prosperity to its people. I failed. There was a poison in this world, and we couldn't see past each other. Huh. The power struggle in the province was over, and Archduke Milenitis and the old gentry had prevailed. Well versed in all manner of plots and schemes, the Archduke secured himself in his castle and remained aloof from the events of the revolt until the Empire's grasp of the province grew weak. As chaos followed in the wake of the revolt, the Archduke and his loyal followers among the oldest Arknian dynasties of Magraw confronted the Overseer over the Anizote revolt and the many other ordeals the province has had endured over the past few years. This is the bad ending in my opinion. Based on what I'm reading, I'm inclined to agree with you. With the last of his authority gone, Gaius Tempest had no choice but to return the Overseer's title to the Milenitis dynasty. Really? The old elite gantry restored the rule of ancient tradition in Magraw. They flaunted imperial law and returned the province to the days of yore, when the noble dynasties ruled their domains as they saw fit. The clash between the old faith and the new continued. As the schism in the clergy grew, the people of Magraw remained similarly divided. Neither doctrine has enough power to prevail over the other, so the venomous accusations and fervent disputes continue. The Inquisition is powerless to end the struggle. I hurt. The strife between the faiths will continue to fester. The people of the province and the Empire will never be at peace until they decide to switch path of worship, until they decide which path of worship is the one that leads to the twins. The crises of the past few years have annihilated the province's former prosperity. The fertile fields have been scorched, the mines have been abandoned, the factories stand idle with no one to work in them. The looming threat of hunger and poverty drives the people to back-breaking labor and the tried and true ways of their ancestors. Commoners flee the cities in droves and flock to the villages and towns, hoping to squeeze some paltry nourishment from the inhospitable Magron soil. The province is on the verge of starvation and turmoil. After years of unrest and strife, the people have grown harsh and bitter. The rebellion survives in the province's smaller villages and towns. Now and again it manifests itself with petty acts of violence and insubordination. As respect for imperial law dwindled, gangs of criminals began to form and grow in power. Although the city of Anizote and the rest of Magra are now mostly calm, the new age has brought neither order nor peace. Turmoil still simmers beneath the surface, ready to spill out onto the streets, and at the slightest provocation. So we've managed to maintain the status quo and we've done nothing. For many years after the revolt in Anizote, the people of the Empire told the tale of how the Elder Twin himself visited the mortal world once again. He donned the guise of a common mortal to seek the truth of his own creation and settle the dispute with the younger, but no one helped him find the answer he sought. And so, as the legend goes, the Elder Twin returned to the Shining Pillar, never to descend to the mortal realm again. Was I Jesus? What became of Dorius Otten? When you opened the city gate, Dorius Otten was fighting back the rebellion in the streets. He routed a number of gangs and squads and sought to reinforce the main rebellion. Once the Legion had control of the city, the haughty Archnean considered his duty to the Empire fulfilled. He made his way back to the castle of Archduke Melanitis and returned to his military service. No one dared to stop him. Where are they now? You may be wondering how I got here. Well, you see, it all began when I was birthed onto this world in the House of Brante. The Battle of Anizote won Dorius Otten great glory, respected by venerable dynasties in every corner of the Empire as a hero. He lived a long life. Even in his old age, he remained undefeated in the Duel of Honor. Yes, because he ran away. What became of Ulrich? Ulrich took advantage of the chaos that had gripped Anizote and the painful schism within the ranks of the Inquisition to easily evade pursuit. The heretical Inquisitor is still at large, preaching his doctrine somewhere on the edge of the Empire, forcing the Willist sacrament upon more and more new adepts. The profane heresy survived and now bides its time, waiting to re-emerge, and someday, somewhere, it will. It's talking like I know what Willists are. Well, I mean, it explained it, but still. What became of Lennart? What became of Augustin Elborn? Prefect Elborn never saw his lifelong dream come into fruition. The revolt crumbled, and the long-awaited change it promised was cut short. He joined the rest of Anizote's defenders in the final fight. The prefect was captured and stripped of his noble title for the crime of treason, and then hanged in disgrace. Elborn faced death with dignity, and did not utter a single word of regret for what he had done. The former prefect is remembered as one of the leaders of the revolt, though he did not live long enough to witness the coming of a new age. What became of exactly. As one of the leaders of the rebellion, Lennart saw no mercy from the overseer. By the order of Gaius Tempest, he was arrested and handed over to the Inquisition. They branded the abbot a heretic and sentenced him to be burned at the stake. He faced his suffering and death with dignity, never renouncing his beliefs. Well, maybe the bloodbath would have been better? I mean, surely... I don't know. Was this really... Well, I did what I did to prevent more bloodshed, so ultimately... Lennart is remembered by the new believers as the greatest preacher of his day. Oh, is he now? But among the old believers, he left an undying legacy as a nemesis of the church who violated the twins' divine design. So you're leasing it slowly. What am I... I'm assuming you mean what am I realizing slowly? That everything that I've built and tried to work towards has been undone by the fact that Sophia went cuckoo bonanza and I couldn't stop her? Is that what you mean? Because if so, then yes, that is what I am realizing. If you are trying to tell me that I'm supposed to realize some sort of deeper criticism of the game, then I don't see it. You may have been better off with bathing in the blood of your enemies. Yes, I'm starting to lean towards that. I guess trusting the guys that we were rebelling against to not be bastards was too much. I did what I did in a panic because I was scared that she was gonna destroy the world, so in that destruction we had to sacrifice ourselves and the status quo is maintained. By the time the revolt had set Anizote ablaze, Thomas Guerrero was already living a new life with his family far from the city. He was able to enjoy a peaceful life. At least I did right by Tomas. At least he lived. The chaos and riots in his home city never reached the sleepy village where your friend and his wife had put down roots. Tomas dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his family and his household. For the rest of his life, your old friend remembered you fondly, and he was always grateful for what you had done for him. He named his first son Bowen Guerrero, and so the legacy of Bowenthius continues. I may have failed to stop the city. Well, I succeeded in stopping the city from burning down, but I failed to fix the problems that we started the riot over in the first place. But at least Bowen continues. In some iteration. Oh god. The Divine Reckoning caught up with Jean by the Temple of the Silver Tree, the very temple where you and she first met. The staunch old believer was defeated, her soul departed to the twins to face their final judgment. Can I face the final judgment? Where's my final judgment? Ever since she was young, Sophia had been living the embodiment of hatred, the spawn of every hideous injustice committed in the Empire. She had all she needed to wage a bloodthirsty campaign against the entire Empire and eradicate every living thing in her path, had she prevailed. Okay, so we did. I feel like this is worse, so I chose the lesser of two evils. I still chose an evil, but the lesser of the two. But Sophia's best-laid plans came to a not following your heroic act. See, okay, good. By the Overseer's order, the main instigator of the rebellion was hanged in the main square of Anizote. No execution before or since has amassed such a crowd. Bah. Sophia's last words were a furious, desperate wail. War! War to the end! But the mob only booed and whistled at her, mocking her and her legacy. Good, her legacy is that of hatred and sorrow. Given the choice, I would backstab her every single time. I wanted to backstab her before the first time, but I thought she... I'm so disappointed by her. Some will remember Sophia as a woman who fought fiercely for the good of the common folk, but many more view her as a vicious murderer who was prevented from destroying the entire empire. Exactly, that's... Yep. It's all a matter of perspective. What became of the Brante family? Thanks to your efforts, the Brante family escaped Anizote with their lives just before the rebellion reached its apex. The Brantes hurried back to the city as soon as they heard the news that the rebellion has been suppressed. No one barred them from entry after all, they never sided with the insurgents. But the family estate back in Anizote had already been burned to the ground by a rioting mob. They had managed to find a temporary shelter and are now working hard to rebuild the family home and return to their old lives. Oops! What became of Robert Brante? Your father lost his status, his career, and his home. The rebellion destroyed Robert Brante's life and gave him nothing in return. Ah. Sorry, puppy. When the world changed, your father found himself unable to adapt and find a new place in it. He had no choice but to abandon his ambitions and live in obscurity. His family was all he had left, so he dedicated himself to caring for its well-being. What became of Lydia Brante? Lydia Brante always believed in the ways of the Empire and the old faith. It was this very faith that helped her survive every trial the family had to face during these fateful days. When it was finally over, Lydia lived to a ripe old age in peace and quiet with Robert, her faithful husband. For the rest of her days, your mother took pride in her son's great deeds during the suppression of the revolt. When the end came, Lydia departed to the twins' final judgment without fear. Well, Stefan never accepted the new order you were fighting for, but after you struggled selflessly for the good of the city, even he could recognize your commitment and dedication. You were never able to see eye to eye again, but when you parted ways, you were not enemies, you were still brothers. In a bid to restore law and order in his home city, Stefan attempted to join Gaius Tempest's forces. To your elder brother, the unrest and riots were an opportunity to convert his lifelong ambitions into honor and status for his family. By that time, however, the Brante name had been tainted by the revolt. Stefan's request was refused by the overseer himself, who told him to get out of his sight. Ha! Still determined to set right all the things that had gone wrong for him, Stefan left for Eterna, hoping to make his way in the world through loyal service in the Emperor's court. But news of the Brante family's disgrace made its way to the capital before Stefan arrived. As his desperation grew, Stefan began dueling anyone who disparaged the Brante name. And it is one of these duels that your elder brother met his final death. Huh. Yeah, I didn't kill him. I love that response. That is so human. I feel guilty for the fact that my choices led to him dying, and I find comfort in the fact that I didn't kill him directly. But I was the one that ruined the House Brante name, so... Ultimately, to err is human. And that is what I champion being, even if I don't look the part. Gloria didn't take the failure of the revolt well. Unbeknownst to the rest of the family, she continued to aid what remained of the rebellion. Your sister dedicated herself to stoking the simmering coals of unrest in the city and uniting the rebellion's desperate remnants. Every poem and pamphlet she wrote quickly spread throughout Anisote, but in the end she was robbed of her chance to see the fruits of her labor. The secret chancellery eventually caught wind of the rebellious poet. Gloria was snatched off the street and was sent to the imperial dungeon. She was never seen again. Her poetry, however, continued to roam free, inspiring the common folk to fight for their freedom. Bah. What became of this is the most interesting part. Let's see. What became of Nathan Brante? Your younger brother survived the revolt. When it passed, he found the strength to start his life anew. You had given him a glimmer of hope that he nurtured within his soul, and it helped him to accept the common lot as his path to the peak of the pillar. He dedicated the rest of his life to prayer, toil, and humility. The suffering he had endured in his spiritual quest became the foundation of his faith. When the end came... So he is the true life and suffering of Nathan Brante. So he just accepted the teachings of the old faith and lived as his mother decreed. Oh well. Oh well. What became of Gregor Brante? Not even in the afterlife did Gregor Brante see the realization of his great dream. His descendants failed to have the Brante name ennobled by the sword. The Brante bloodline was denied its chance to become one of the Empire's most eminent dynasties. The blood tide ushered in by Gregor Brante would never have another chance at immortality. If I could cry, I would not. What became of me? You sacrificed your life to the and the cause for the revolt. Wait. You sacrificed your life and the cause of the revolt to spare your home city from an inevitable massacre. The city of Anisote will remember your name forever. Some call you a hero, the man who put an end to bloodshed and saved the city. Others curse you as the vilest of all traitors, a lone turncoat who doomed the rebellion. I did do both of those things. Even in death, your name never received glory or fame. To the highest ranks of the Empire, you were just an insurgent, one of many who sided with those of power at the last moment possible. It took many years for historians to realize the crucial role you played that fateful night. Had you not opened the gate to the Legion and forced the revolt to surrender, the Civil War would have swept the Civil War would have swept across the Empire. In the end, it was thanks to you that Gaius Tempest managed to prevent bloodshed and begin his reforms. The Empire would have been plunged into slaughter, riots, and fire had you chosen a different path. It's the little concessions. So ends the life and suffering of Bowen Brante. Hold on, let's get the hands out for this one. Soon as they load. That was a beautiful story. If I had a hat right now, hats off to this game. Beautiful, beautiful story. Live your entire life without ever looking back, from birth till death. The hour of your death has come. At long last, I am to be judged at the foot of the pillar. Your soul has left your body, never to return. You are taken to the peak of the shining pillar. Every moment separates you more and more from the mortal realm. The link that once bound you to it is gone forever. You look up to see two divine visages watching you intently. The elder twin gazes upon you, full of sorrow and compassion. Good job, everybody. We made it. We finally made it to a single playthrough of the life and suffering of Sir Brante. It took me 38 hours. Reading is its own reward. The elder twin gazes upon you, full of sorrow and compassion. The younger examines you dispassionately, seeing your every act and thought. You have ascended from the mortal realm. From here, you are but one step away from partaking in eternal bliss atop the peak of the shining pillar. But first, you must be judged by them. Just as every other soul born in this world has been judged since the immemorial, only their judgment can decide whether you deserve to remain at the peak or be hurled down to the foot. You stand before the twins. Your very essence is laid bare before them, all the secrets of your inner self revealed in full. Your soul is like an open book to them, one that preserves the story of your entire life. You lie prostrate before the gods. The time has come to take responsibility for your mortal life. The elder twin asks, "Are you thankful to the gods for the life you live?" You regret how you squandered the twins' given gift of mortal life. You refuse to submit. You are glad it's over. You are thankful. Your soul is filled with love for those who created you and gave you the gift of life. I mean, I am, and I do regret it. You regret how you squandered the twins' given gift of mortal life. I mean, if you pissed Grandpappy off a little more, you would have finished several streams ago. It is true, Deltor, it is true. Your soul is filled with love for those who created you and gave you... See, that is the choice I'd like to make, but honestly, I am full of regret. You regret how you squandered the twins' given gift. Are you thankful to the gods for the life you have lived? You hate the world that the twins created as well as your entire mortal life. You staunchly accept everything that happened to you in the world that the twins created. Your life was your life. You feel no gratitude whatsoever to your creators. Your mortal life was yours and yours alone. No. Your life was agony! You're happy to end the mortal existence and leave it behind. I am torn between you are thankful, you regret it, and you are calm. I would pick I regret it because I do feel regret. I would pick I am thankful because I do feel... I feel all three of these things, and I don't know which one to pick. Staunchly accept everything that happened. I tried my best. I guess I am calm. I guess if you take thankful and regret and put them together, I am calm. It could have been better, but ultimately, they hear your answer. Compassion and remorse fill the immeasurably deep eyes of the elder twin. His face, he turns to face his divine brother, who returns his gaze with an expression of stern remorse. The elder twin asks you once more, what was your life to you? Your life was dedicated to other people and your relationships with them. You changed them and they changed you. Your life was focused on learning about the world and its truths. Your life was a struggle for your beliefs. No. You spent your life staunchly enduring despair, hardship, and grief. You spent your life diligently doing your duty. Your life was spent in the service of others. In your life you created something new, something the world had never seen before. Dedicated to other people and your relationships with them. I mean, ultimately, I'm gonna go with empathy for this one. Because... I mean, I saved Mama, and I united the family. ultimately it was about the faith. So either enlightenment or empathy. It was what it was. It was life and suffering. Oh, but oh, so much more. It was. Let's go with enlightenment, because I did do religion. The elder twin bows his head wearily, considering your response, but the stern visage of the younger already looms above you. Oh no. Human by the name of Brante, what did you live for? There is nothing more important than living by your beliefs. I do believe that. You lived for the sake of freedom, both for yourself and others. You sought to shape the world and bend it to your will. You lived to make other people's lives better. You strove to gain a better understanding of the twins and find your own path to them. More than anything else, you wanted to find happiness and joy for yourself, your family, and those around you. You yearned to do a great deed that would outlive you. You keep sliding, you don't click on what you wanted to. Oh, you mean what? Nani? What do you mean? I am clicking on things that I wanted to. I'm going to see the VOD! But not now! Not now. Strive to gain a better understanding and find your own path to them. I mean, I did find my path. I guess it was about principles. The younger's gaze lingers on your bare, defenseless soul. The divine figure continues its stern interrogation. What did you leave behind? No mark on the mortal realm. Your achievements will live on. It will become an important part of the history of the Empire. I mean, I guess I do have the legacy. Prove family and bloodline gave it a future. You blaze a trail of change that will long outlive you. You brought order? Nope. Legacy! You believed in something and it changed the world. No, it didn't. I believed in something, but it didn't change the world. You left no mark in the mortal realm. I'm gonna go with legacy. The younger twin now moves towards you with clear intent, poised to render his judgment, but the elder twin restrains his brother with a gesture. A divine voice fills you once again. Did your life make the world we made better and more perfect? I did leave nothing, but historians will know my deeds and how important they were. It became better. It cannot be changed. It became worse. You do not know. It did not become better. You failed to change the fate of the world for the better. Yes. I did. I failed to change the world. The younger twin is silent, his eyes, two swords piercing your souls. The elder twin speaks to you again. But you already know the question, the very same question that caused you so much suffering shortly before your true and final death. What determined your destiny? Destiny does not exist. Human life is always an exercise in chance. It is not governed by any laws. Your life has always been yours to live. You made your own destiny. Your path was charted for you by people, the age and the society in which you lived. You are talking about this... Listen, I am role-playing and not metagaming right now. I don't know what these choices mean. I'm just picking them based on how I feel. I don't know what adds and what takes. All I know is that I am just picking what I feel is right. This is the antithesis of a test. There are no wrong answers. I hate tests because they always feature wrong answers. And I am about creative expression and freedom. I hate math and I hate tests. So I'm making my choices based on what I like subjectively. And I will see what the end result is at long last when we finish this. Right. I ultimately... what determined my destiny? Path was I did. We are viewing this from different perspectives. We sure is. The soul of a man named Brante lies prostrate at your feet. You have witnessed his entire life, known his every act, seen his every thought and desire. No other soul could ever walk the same path. So many difficult choices, so many emotions, so much pain. Yes, off with the calculus in the equations. Ugh! Take it away, dear Selvin, take it away! Another soul awaits your judgment. You know no mercy, nor does your brother. Alright, we... Now it's from our perspective as the twins. Every mortal must walk the path oh, so we play as the twins and we observe. Every mortal must walk the path chosen for him by the end. Those who abide by the precepts set forth by you and your brother shall return to you and become part of you. Those who reject you shall know the eternal suffering of oblivion. Where does the man named Brante belong? This man shall know eternal bliss. This man shall be condemned to eternal suffering. Well, I mean, obviously I would pick the thing that... See, the thing is that I tried my best, but ultimately my best wasn't good enough, and it ended up not really changing all that much. There was going to be a revolt and bloodshed and bloodbaths, but because I failed to quell that, I had to quell it by bringing in the old guard, and they fixed the status quo at the expense of any potential great and good change. So... Is there an option where I don't really get to be blissful and get to suffer, I just get nothing? Because that is ultimately the option I feel like it would be the most fitting for me. I didn't do so much that I deserve eternal bliss, and I did not do so much that so much evil that I deserve eternal suffering. But ultimately, yes, intent. It is important. I think I'm going to approach this from a different direction, and instead of being like, okay, so if you do good in life, you deserve heaven, and if you do bad in life, you deserve hell. I think I'm gonna not look at this from that binary, and instead I'm going to look at it from the perspective of even the worst people on this world that have committed the worst atrocities still deserve a good afterlife. Like, you don't... It's, in most religions, I know it's called purgatory and limbo and so on. Peak of the pillar, you are good, but your doubt will accompany you there. Ultimately, I feel like you spread more love with goodness and so on and so forth than with bad. So, this man, even if he didn't amount to much and he didn't do anything, I feel like giving him the peak of the pillar will have better results in the long term than having him be Sophia. So, pick of the pillar, but not because I'm selfish and want eternal bliss, but because I feel like you do not... Violence is not a good teacher, or at least not an effective one. Good is, so peak of the pillar it is. Have your soul reached the peak of the pillar. You gingerly grasp the fragile soul lifted up and turn to face your elder brother. You lift your sword, your brother stands in arms akimbo, ready for the blow. The blade silences through his chest, blinding light gushes from the gash. Wait, what? Oh, are the twins murdering each other? You bring the minuscule soul to your brother's chest, and it dissolves in the streams of the shimmering luminescence. A tiny fragment of your shared creation has rejoined the whole. Ah. So I've gone back to God. The man named Brante is no more. There is only the eternal font in which he now abides. Yeah. So. Good. That's the best I could give him. Ultimately, this was the life and suffering of Sir Bowenthius Brante. If I went the path of noble and was an absolute bastard, I would absolutely pick the foot of the pillar. Because ultimately, it is up to... That's actually a really, really fun narrative. It ultimately comes down to your interpretation. Does the life you've led deserve the foot or the peak? And you get to make that choice. That is so brilliant. Because you can make it out of selfishness. You can make it out of a desire to... Like, it really reveals the layers of people's beliefs and philosophy really, really well. And that is, if I could do an okay, That'd be great, but it seems like my hands do not like cooperating all that much. But it is mwah, chef's kiss. Absolutely chef's kiss. End life. That's a fun button to press. End life. And I was trying to pretend like I died, but my hands betrayed me. But yes, that was the life and suffering of Sir Brante. Beautiful, beautiful game with so much opportunity. I thought your choices were justified at the time. Yeah. That's the fun of the hardcore mode. I didn't pick based on metagaming. I picked based on what I believed was right. And I thought that my choices were justified at the time. Victory for Bowenthius. He reached the end of the game after 39 hours. After 47 hours. After 58 hours. So in the end you become God as a part of the hive mind. Yes, I return to the essence of God. Beautiful game, beautiful. Very well written. Of course it had some caveats and some... What's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't perfect. It had some dinks and bumps along the road, but it tried to do its best with the limitations of a storytelling, choose-your-own-adventure type deal, and I think it did really well. It is. The great Miku Miku Mortis has been found within us all. That's a... Wow. And it took so many beautiful people to make this game what it was. And there it is. Thank you to the backers. Good job to all the backers. They knew gold when they saw it and they decided to support it monetarily, and now it exists within the world, and so will the sequel soon enough. Great story, lovely story. My only wish is to replay this again, because I feel like after I take a break from this game and try again, I will succeed where I failed today. But that will be for later opportunities. Now I need to figure out what to do with Bowenzdays. I really like yapping with all, but I feel like yapping would take away from the game, so I'm going to try playing something that you can play automatically and you can use as a background to just converse with the people, so I can have proper conversations with you, as opposed to having the stream be split between me wanting to have a cordial conversation and community and just talk about my thoughts and have my spew of consciousness. In blessed times at the fall of the blessed Archnean Empire. Hell yeah. And be split between that and paying attention to the game. The game required a lot of attention and a lot of dedication, because reading and interpretation and all that was very important for this game, and it did not allow me to actually interact with my people, which, I mean, is fine, but I'd like to try something else, so I think I'm going to try to figure out and find some sort of game that will allow me to basically do just chatting, to be honest. So I will figure that out for the next Bowenzday. I have an entire week to figure that out. But yes, that was the life and suffering of Sir Brante, everybody. I want to see what happens when I click continue. Oh. Night. Okay, well, oh, that's what happens when I click continue, okay. Okay, well, what is your opinion? Was the life that I lived a good one? Did it matter that it didn't matter at the end? The fact that I tried to incite a rebellion and cause a schism and a new faith that was more towards people than tradition, and that nothing became of it because there was a snake in my rebellion that I failed to quell down? Do you think that was a life well lived? Or a waste? What are your opinions? My only wish was for the choices to be less vague. I mean... There is, unfortunately, now that I've played through this game once, there is a lot of metagaming that can happen, which is why I want to take a break, because I can immediately go and Google the paths that I wanted to take and just Google the ending that I wanted and be like, okay, that's good. But I don't want to do that, and instead I want to just experience this again and try to do it proper. You did your best in seeing forth with your vision. Thank you. I did try my best. That was a genuine attempt. Your life was lived based on the choices you made. It was. And it was the life and suffering of Sir Brante. Blink. And now we're over here. It's hard to control everything always. Best to go with the flow. Yes, in real life that is way more evident than in the game. Because while in the game you had exact statistics that would allow you to get to where you wanted to go, but in... maybe the next playthrough I do won't be in hardcore mode because I did a genuine playthrough, but then that would rob the value. I don't know, I'll think about it. But I definitely do want to replay this game because I do want to reach that ending that I wanted. I definitely can concur with Lector that I got a bad ending, because ultimately nothing changed. I didn't get the baddest ending, where the world was destroyed, but I didn't get a good ending where change happened for the better. Nothing really, I just made the country poor, I had my own house burned down, and nothing really, the status quo remained. And I don't see that as a victory. I am happy that I prevented a massacre, but ultimately, I am very curious to try again. But after I've taken a break, and have had time to stew in my life and suffering thoughts. There should be a mix of feeling and good choices, like what you should do and what works. Thank you for the great read and the great stream. Not usually into these types of games, but enjoyable regardless. Neither am I. That's one of the great prospects of why I started streaming, because I feel like I am denying myself a treasure trove, and I don't feel like doing it on my own time and reading it for my own self. So what's the next best thing? Streaming it in front of an audience. You guys get somebody in the background to read these things for you, and I get to read it in front of an audience that makes the whole experience doable for me. So it's a win-win. It's a beautiful win-win situation. I felt the exact same way when I was first exposed to visual novels. I felt very adamant that they were not my thing, but having somebody else go through it with me, or at the very least me watching somebody else go through it, made me see the value in those things. Thank you. I'm glad that I did. And from that experience, I've played DDLC, I've played Road Warden, I've played, what's-his-face, Slay the Princess, I forgot, I Want to Hug That Game, and now this. Now this. All beautiful experiences that have enriched my soul. I can read, but because I read so much, I skip half the text, so I read faster. That's not you reading faster, that's you skipping half the text. That is... That is one of the things. That's actually the exact same reason why I couldn't get into these games myself, is because I just didn't have the patience for reading, and I would skip over a lot of the text, and then I would be Pikachu surprised face when it blows up in my face. I played Slay the Princess, I did. I played it on my own time, and I finished it fully. And then I decided to stream it once or twice on this channel. And I have 31 hours in Slay the Princess because I like that game so much I wanted to completionize it, and I have all 131 achievements in Slay the Princess. Great game. Would recommend. Especially if you don't like reading, because it is a visual novel, but it is a visual novel that is narrated, and it has voices. So, I love how the ending of The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante turned into a commercial for Slay the Princess. But yes, also great game. I will stew on the actions that I experienced for the past. How many streams was it at this point? How many weeks has it been? Many, I would imagine. I wish I numbered. Nani? Okay. I wish I numbered my streams, and I can figure that out eventually as soon as I figure out how to operate my own new browser that I... YouTube. Mr. YouTube, where are you? I think I can... Hey, look, it's me. My own video is being recommended by YouTube to me. How delightful. Thanks, YouTube. How many... Where are you, Mr. Live Streams? Why are you... Ugh. Brother! Compact mode. Thank you. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 streams of the life and suffering of Sir Brante. First one started 6 months ago, and then it continued for a month. So we have been playing this for the past month, every week. And it was a lovely journey. I was going to have a little discussion about the ending, but I feel like I need to actually stew on that ending instead. I mean, ultimately, I can't really claim that was unfair because I knew that Sophia was in the background this entire time, but I just didn't know the exact extent of how evil she was. And it was just circumstances that were outside of my control, and I tried my best to deal with them. I ultimately made the choice where I sacrificed myself to stop her. So ultimately, I think there's not so much discussion to be had, more so the discussion through the choices that I made. Basically, like, this is it. This is what it is. Fun streams. I'm glad that you see it that way, Corbland. I'm happy that people are enjoying these little excerpts of my existence every week. But yes, expect some sort of combination of a game in the background and me just chatting for the next stream. At least that is what I'm thinking about right now, but I have a whole week to stew on that premise, and we will discover what the next stream will be together! It'll be a fun surprise for both you and me. Thanks for the stream. Until next week. Thank you for being here. Thank you everybody for being here and taking this plunge with me so we could see what happened to Sir Bowenthius Brand together. But now it is time to depart. Where shall we depart to? I do not know. We must find someone. Let us find someone. Twitch.tv, where do you be? I must see what it be. What do we have going on for ourselves? We have audio automatically playing, which I do not appreciate. Fascinating. I'm going to keep saying until I make a decision on whether who I am going to raid. Oh, right, I forgot about this one. Fascinating. Doodly-doo. Have a great week, Bo. Until next time. Until we next meet. Let's try something new for a change. There we go. No idea what I'm seeing, no idea what's going on, but it looks interesting, so let's go into there. Hopefully you'll have a lovely time there. And again, oh yeah, raid message raid. Grab your raid message if you so fancy. If you do not, that is perfectly acceptable. And thank you so much for attending this lovely Wednesday. I was your host, Bowenthius, and until the next Wednesday, when I shall be here. Content and theme of the stream for next week yet to be determined, to be decided. But I've given you vague ideas of what I'm planning to do. We'll see how that thought develops. But until then, farewell and take care. Goodbye.